Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Yeah, a very good morning. So let me tell you what we are going to do today. We are going to continue with exception handling, and then we are going to enter the string handling part. So these are the major two topics of today. So as usual, we are going to do some revision, quick revision, not a very detailed revision because already I revised all almost all code samples yesterday. So tell me guys, are you feeling comfortable so today's a day 8, that is second week in Java. So day 1 to day 7, have you got, and of course tomorrow is a weekend approaching. So use tomorrow at least 2 to 3 hours to revise whatever gaps, whatever holes, whatever concepts you have not understood. And Monday morning, you can tell me that these are the things. So we can adjust it in the lab session and take a revision. So let me start with the first question. Has anyone tried that equals based assignment, yesterday's assignment? Okay, Shrine is saying yes. Some of you are saying yes. I'm going to discuss it. So at that time, you please check whether you have done it correctly or not. But very good. If you have tried and completed, excellent. Others we will be talking about soon. So let us start our daily revision. You know that we talked about all access specifiers yesterday. But private, default, and public, you already knew. So I don't want to revise anything else, but protected access specifier. So start. Can protected access specifier be applied to class, data members, methods, none of above, all of above? All of above. Come on. For the class level, at the class, what are the two legal access specifiers? Public or default. So how can you say you can make up? You cannot make protected classes in Java unless and until we talk about something called as nested classes, which I have not yet shown you. So these access specifiers can only come to the either instance variables or your static variables. They cannot be applied to method local because method local means only the current method is the scope. So no classes and no method local variables. So now, when you say protected access specifier, I'm just asking you, will they be accessible? So I'll say this. Will they be accessible? Now I'll start asking you questions. You just have to say yes or no. In the same class, will they be available in the same class where they are defined? Of course, yes. Will they be available in the same package and a subclass? We have discussed all these categories. So answer is yes. So will they be accessible in the same class, in the same package and a subclass? Answer is yes. Now the next one, you are in the same package but not a subclass. Will it be accessible? After drawing the table, that means those who are saying no, they are not revise that table, access specifier table at all. I've said it so many times yesterday, guys. Protected acts as a default while you are in the same package. So how can you say Ananya, Siddharth? So many of you, I'm just scrolling up. So many of you said no. So please do the daily revision, which you are not doing, and then you feel the problems. Then you get the problems on the next day. Of course, it will be accessible in the same package, non-subclass. Yesterday, we had written those classes A, B, C, D, E. So I think A was the first one. B was same package subclass, B extends A. C wasn't extending A. And there we had created object and I could access everything other than private. So be careful and be little more, take little more efforts and revise daily topics. Okay, in the same package, non-subclass also accessible. Now I'm saying, suppose you step outside the package, you go to the different package and it is a subclass. So will they be inherited? Answer is yes. The moment I say protected and a subclass, whether it is in the package or different package, doesn't matter. So different package, but a subclass. Different package, subclass, they will be accessible. But will they be accessible to You are outside the package and non-subclass. Answer is no. You got that? So that is where the public access specifiers only work. So this is your summary of protected. Accessible in the same class, same package subclass, because protected is equal to default. As long as you are in the same package, of course, they will be available with the object reference and all that. Same package non-subclass also, and they will be also available to different package subclass. Everyone is clear about protected? This is because some of you gave me wrong answers in between. So be clear. Next one. When you talk about equals, so I'm talking about equals method, of course, but you tell me, what is this equals method used for? What is, like how we said toString, to return the state of the object we use it for. So what is the purpose of equals? Yes. No, I'm not talking about that. I'm just checking. So here, just a simple, I have not yet gone to which classes, which method and all. So for checking equality, start from the basic. The moment you say equals, it is for checking the equality. So tell me, this method belongs to, I'll use a better word, belongs to which class? Anyone wants to tell me? Is it your own method or is it belonging to your any class? Absolutely right. So this belongs to java.lang.object class. Everyone knows that? Next one. Anyone wants to tell me what is the method declaration of that equals method in the object class? So it is public scope. What is the return type? Boolean. What is the method name? Equals. And most importantly, what is the argument we have? What is the argument of the equals method? People have given me a Boolean ka B is lowercase. If you say uppercase Boolean, somebody said uppercase Boolean, that means a wrapper class. Wrapper classes we are going to do tomorrow. Tomorrow means Monday. So public Boolean equals object O. Okay. And the moment you are passing this object, I mean, the moment you are seeing the object O, you know object is a universal superclass. So in place of object, can I replace it by my vehicle or employee or a person or a car? Answer is yes. No. I don't think you understood my you misinterpreted my question. I said, I'm not saying about changing the signature. I'm saying when you say object O, let me ask you clearly. If I say object O, can I say object O equal to, sorry, new person and the person details? And can I pass this person type of object as with a reference of object O? Possible or not? That is what I was asking. I was not asking whether you can change the method signature. That is already written. Method declaration is here. I was asking you, would you be able to pass a person type of object, account type of object, student type of object in its place? Answer is yes. Why? Because person is an object, student is an object. So you're using upcasting everywhere. Okay, so this is what I meant. So now tell me, what does it return? I have already said it's a Boolean. So anyone wants to tell me, now focus on what I'm asking, because if you don't understand the interview questions, you can't understand. Your answer will be wrong, of course. So tell me, I'm giving it writing objects, rather object classes. Which object class? Java.lang.object classes equals method will return true. Tell me when. When will object classes equals method return true? It's a question. When will the method return true? So answer is if the two references are pointing to the same object. So let us have an example. What was the assignment I had given? Just a second. I had given student-based assignment. Because I'm going to discuss in the same manner. So here, yes, it was a student. So let me ask you this. So here, suppose there are two student references. So how will you call? Suppose S1 and S2. So you'll say S1 dot equals S2. Are you understanding me? So now tell me, If you have not overridden the equals method, it will inherit from object classes equals method. So when it will return true, talk to me in S1 and S2. No. Both reference belongs to the same object. They are belonging, yes, to the same object. So that is not the correct answer. Yes, if and only if. This is a short form for if and only if S1 and S2. Don't say belong to the same object and all. Are referring to the same object. Means what? You know the memory diagram. If there are two references pointing to the same copy. So here, what is it is checking? Is your object classes equals method checking reference equality or object equality? I mean content equality. What is it is checking? It is checking the reference. Content equality, somebody said, is wrong answer. I've said so many times. Guys, your revision is lacking, looks like, for some of you. Reference equality. So if and only if the value of S1, what is value of S1 holding? Address, and S2, both the addresses are same, means both are pointing to the same object. So here you are checking the reference equality. And Shomal, I'm not yet finished. So wait, right now in between, don't break the flow. That you can do it in the little later time. So here, when will S1 dot equals S2 return true? If both of them are referring to the same copy and same object. So I'll talk in example. So tell me, when I finish from my side, then you ask questions. So I have got some student details, and here I said student equal to new student and something. So irrespective of the state, whatever may be the state, can you tell me? You had raised the question, Anshumal or somebody. So tell me what will be the output here. S1 dot, I have not yet overridden, where I've said overriding and all that. So anyone wants to tell me? Actually, the one who have doubts, they should tell me. They should respond more. What will it return? Irrespective of the state of the student, this will definitely return false. Okay. If you don't understand my English statement, at least think in Java. Okay. Now the next question. If I say student S3 is equal to S2, okay, and if I say SOP, S2 equals S3 or S3 equals S2, it is symmetric. So here equals S3. Tell me, what will be the answer now? Okay, so as simple as that. So this is your statement. This is what is going by object equality. But tell me, is it a, what is it called? Is it a, what do you say? Is it consistent with our business logic? Of course, no. You don't want to compare two students by their references, by their addresses. You want to check, you suppose you have this, yesterday I had given you. Two students will say same if and only if their ID and their course ID or some subject they have taken is the same. So is this useful or not useful? Object classes equals method definition. Is it useful or not? Answer is no. So instead of writing your own method, somebody was asking me, Mohad, I guess, that I will create an interface and I'll change it and all non-standard approaches. When Java has given you standard APIs, the Java developers are supposed to follow the same method declaration, and you have a facility of modifying the definition anytime you want. So now people ask you, what is the need of overriding the equals method? Start, tell me. Why do you, I've already told you what is the need of overriding toString. So anyone wants to tell me, what is the need of overriding equals method? Answer, to replace something by something. So what is it? Here, standard question, standard answer. All these are favorite questions. To replace what by what? Reference equality by content equality. And when you say content equality, do you need to see student class may have 20 fields? So are you going to compare, do you need to compare all these 20 fields, or do you need to compare only the unique ID, the identity, unique ID based field, ID based field? So here, when I say content equality based upon unique ID. And this is called as, this is called as primary key of a table. I mean, when you learn Java databases and all, you'll know databases, relational databases, data is distributed in tables. Tables have rows and columns. And then you can identify, suppose you talk about students table, the data will be added in students table and student roll number can be the primary key. So all of this you're going to learn in databases, not in Java. So this is the reason for which we replace the reference equality by content equality. So this was the basic concept. And I'm not going to solve the entire assignment, but some of you have done it, some of you may not have done it. So I'm just going to discuss the part where we override the equals method. Okay, but before that, Anshumal or somebody had raised the hand. Ask your question now. You can unmute and ask your question, please. Or otherwise you can type the question. Somebody had raised the hand. Oh. I thought you had a specific question. Fine. So now, at least I hope everyone has, started thinking of the assignment. So here, like I said, I'm not solving the whole thing because that can be done in the lab session. But here, I will just take this and you compare. I mean, you check with whatever you have done and all that. So I'll start with the 8.1. This is only I'm doing for giving the confidence to everyone that whether you are understanding stuff or not understanding stuff. So here you open. Okay, let me ask you a question. Is there anyone who has not even started with this student assignment? Has everyone at least started with it? Has everyone started with it? See, you may not have completed. I'm never pressurizing you. You have to complete. But at least, you should start looking at the problem statement. So I'm glad to see that it is at least started. So here I'm saying form.app.students or class or whatever you can say. And here, student class. Okay. And here, part of it was based on the string. Sorry. Look at this. I was talking to you and I selected by mistake. And that string handling you will be doing today. So this was the state. So just check this, whether you have done it in a correct manner. And here I've got a subject, course, anything. So that is a string. Then we have got a first name, last name. You can declare it on the same line, but the typical norms say that you declare the data members. I said first name, comma, last name and all I could have done, but it is a norm to develop, to put it on the different lines. So I'm just following the standard norms. This thing under GPA. GPA is your grade point average. Somebody was asking me yesterday. You can have a, complete uppercase also. And the constructor and toString. Now, I think by 8th day in Java, you should be like familiar with it. So I'm just generating. So tell me, is everyone clear so far? I've not started with this at all. Yes, everyone is clear? Now here, I'll just create something, a tester. Yeah, I read your message, Avinash or somebody was saying. So, tester. This much of Java docs reading, I expect you to do it on your own on the 8th day when we are spending so much time. And when I given the clue, I was expecting people to try it out. Anyway, let's see. Test student equals. Okay. So currently tell me, have we overridden the method or have you not overridden the method yet? Equals method is overridden or not yet? Simple question, guys. Student class, we have not touched that. So here, let me not waste time in what? In attaching the scanner. I'll just hard code the details. This is anyway to help you and revision basically, but I have to like wrap it up fast. So let's say some roll number, subject taken, let's say React. or you can say front end, the first name, last name, and the GPA. Okay. Now, you can see what I'm doing. So here I'm saying, what was that? Here this, and here I don't care. You'll say how it is possible that these are the two student names. Focus on the problem statement. It is only going to compare. Actually, let me not confuse you. Let's do it in a easy manner. So here, first I need to understand. And if I say, I'm going to ask you what will be the output. Yes, please. What will be the output? True or false? Everyone understands it. We just now revised it. Just confirm. But you know, when you are looking at it from the ID and all, it becomes clearer. Now, what is the question? The question is, I'm not allowing you to touch any of the code. So there is no question of adding your own API or, going non-standard. So you're not allowed to touch anything in the tester, but do something here by which your reference equality will be replaced by your equality based on roll number and a subject. So what is the first step towards it? I'll have to override equals. So everyone is clear? So replace, what was that? Reference equality. I've said the same thing 10 times already. Why override equals? So replace reference equality by content. And what is that unique content, unique ID we are talking about? Roll number and subject. Okay. So reference equality by content equality is the statement I'm saying. By the content equality. And everyone knows. So has everyone at least understood yesterday the need of at override? It is for your own good. If you at all make a mistake in overriding, compiler will give you error. So let's start with at override it is not mandatory, it is optional, but 100% recommended. You yourself catch your errors early and don't suffer. So start. What it should be? Public boolean equals. What should be the argument here? Object or student? O or S? Of course, it is object. Okay. So here, object O. So this is your standard definition. Now here, just for your clarity, just for your confirmation, we are checking, is it really calling it in the object equals? And now tell me, what is it I'll have to do first? What should I do first? Is it going to require downcasting? Yes. But what should be done before downcasting? Instance of checking. What will happen if I don't do the instance of checking? If somebody passes you, a student, when not a student, let's say an employee or a person or customer, your code will fail, throwing the class exception. So first is instance of checking. So if O, instance of, what should be on the right hand side? Those who have not done it, those also should respond. Of course, it should be the actual type. So what is on the right hand side? A student. If it is student, then, oh, sorry. Student, wait a second. Wrong input. Yes. So then only there is a point in going ahead. So now tell me, if otherwise, what should I do? That means O is not referring to the student. So what should I say? Return false. So one branch is already taken care. Everyone 100% clear so far? No questions so far? Yes or no? Okay. So now here you have to do the downcasting. But you might be saying that why you are not doing it. So give me a minute. Tell me how many data members are part of your primary key or your unique ID. Is it a single member or it is multiple? There are two. So doing two downcastings or doing the downcasting twice becomes messy. So my suggestion is, in such case, do the downcasting exactly once. So I'll say left hand side, student S is equal to, get me the right hand side. How will you do the downcasting? Everyone knows the typecasting. So from object, you are coming to, sorry, student. Still clear? Why do you need downcasting? Because you want to refer to student specific roll number and the subject. 100% of you are clear so far? Yes or no? Something. Okay, so here you have done the downcasting, and now all I have to check is whether the roll numbers are same and the subject taken is the same. So I can start with the return statement. And here, how do I compare? This keyword I have added only for your understanding. So invoker's roll number and the argument's roll number. So this dot, I made a spelling mistake here, roll number. Now I'll continue with that. Now roll number is a primitive type. What is primitive type? Value or address? Of course, value. So you can go by the simple logical equality comparison operator. If this dot roll number is equal to, should I say O dot roll number or should I say S dot roll number? Of course, S dot roll number. O dot roll number again will give you the error. Compiler goes by the right type. So S dot roll number. So if I do only this much, I'm doing only partial checking. So if these two roll numbers are same, then I have to say, I have to add one more criteria. So everyone knows the short circuit operator. So tell me, if the roll numbers are different, is it going to check? Is the JVM going to check the remaining condition? Answer is no. So everyone understands that. So now, if I write it like this dot subject equal to, what is that? S dot subject. So tell me, answer this carefully. You will have a better understanding in 2 hours time. Whenever we finish with exception handling, we are going to enter the strings. So that time you'll have better clarity, but still I'll try to explain. What is the data type of subject? Primitive or reference? P or R? Reference. Which type of reference? Class type of reference, array type of reference, or interface type of reference? String is a class in Java. Okay, so of course it is a class type of reference. So answer the question with thinking. If you write it this way, tell me, are you checking the contents of two strings, contents of two subjects, or are you checking their references? Are you going for reference equality of strings or content equality? Answer is reference equality. But you don't need the reference equality. You want to check if two students have actually taken React or .NET or Java or whatever, right? So I had given you the clue. Guys, on the 8th day or 7th day, I expect you to learn from the clues. So what was the clue offered? Here, look at, open first of all Java docs. Those who are not yet comfortable with Java docs, be comfortable immediately. And which is the class you're going to open? String class. We're going to discuss this completely in the second half. So this is your string class, and search for equals method. I've given all of it in writing. Don't look for content equals, look for equals. Everyone reached here with me with the Java in the Java docs? Understood what is it I'm saying? What is it I'm showing? Yes or no? Okay. So now when you see the method, your eyes should be tuned. You are going to be developed. I mean, as what do you say? I want to develop you as a Java programmer, Java developer. So your eyes should be tuned. See this. It is telling you loud and clear. This string class, is it inheriting the object class method or has it overridden it? I for inherit, O for overriding. Of course, it has overridden. Are you understanding this? So this tells you immediately. And now do little bit of reading. There was no need for getting stuck or confused in this. They give you so clearly. Guys, you are not referring to the Java docs. That is your problem. So it says compares this. This means invoker string to the specified object. The result is true if and only if Argument is not null, so we are not passing any null. We are passing student subject, and this string subject, this string object represents the same sequence of characters as this object. So read this and tell me, the string classes overriding form of equals method, is it based on reference equality or content equality? R or C? Are you all clear? See, those who have solved it already, I hope, have gone through it and not just blindly written it. But I'm more worried about those who could not manage it. Has everyone understood it? It is based on content equality. So you just have to call it. So this is your, what is it called? String classes method. And it has done your job easy. Here, it has made your job easier. So now tell me, right or wrong? Of course, wrong. This will go by reference equality. So this is what you have to replace. So here, you can say this dot subject if you want, or you can simply say subject. What is the data type of subject? String. And string class has overridden equals. So this, you are comparing current student subject with another student subject. So what is that reference of another student? S dot subject. And that's it. So I don't know. I mean, why you found it. After see, if I had not given you the help, API help, then I agree. It was not known. But I had explicitly said, use string classes equals method. So tell me, when will this whole our students classes equals method will return true? If and only if argument is of the type student, this argument is of the type student. I'm saying, I'm not talking about reference type. Reference type is object, but actual instance it is of a student, and their roll numbers and the subject taken is both the same. Clear or not clear? Those who have done it, of course, they are clear. Those who have not done it, are they clear? Yes or no? Only 2-3 yes is not sufficient for me. If you have a doubt, ask. Because equals is the heart of your collection framework. So many collection framework APIs internally call equals. Okay, so you have to be good. You have to be excellent in that. Okay, so now let's do the testing. So here, what was the answer earlier? I hope everyone remembers. False. I'm not touching a single word out of it. I'm just running this. And as you can see, we have overridden, or other student class has overridden the object classes equals method based on roll number and a subject taken. And since both are the same, it is returning true. Clear completely? Is the output matching with your concepts or whatever is being discussed? So I'll just make a change. Let's see whether you understand it. Tell me, what do you expect to see as the output? True or false? Of course, false. Because it is ANDing of both. Roll number also has to be same and the subject taken also has to be the same. False. I make this and the other one is taking, suppose, Vue.js or Next.js or okay, Angular, another JavaScript framework. Tell me, what do you expect to see? True or false? Of course, false. The moment you say ANDing, it is. And please understand, it is calling your students classes equals method. And if you say both are same, you have seen that. And suppose I say both are different. One is a learning React, one is learning Angular. What will be the answer? True or false? Of course, false. So false, both are different. Understood all the combinations? But guys, we missed an important point. This is an example of what? Direct referencing or indirect referencing? D or I? I keep taking the same topic 100 times. I hope you have realized that much at least. So direct referencing, of course, is going to work. Real fun is checking it with a indirect referencing and checking whether your runtime polymorphism is actually working. So how do I make it as indirect referencing? Just change the reference type to object, go to the super type. And here also, I'll make it as object. Okay. And I'm making this here. So answer the simple question. Whose method it will call this time? Will it call object classes equals method, or will it still call the student classes equals method? O or S? See, already people started giving me wrong answer. Guys, I have said this statement 100 times. JVM goes by what? Type of the reference or type of the object? Type of the object. So anyone wants, not anyone, everyone has to tell me. In this line, what is the type of the reference and what is the type of the instance? Tell me, reference type and the instance type. Reference type is object and the instance type or that, because you know, you get confused. When I say object, you don't know whether it is java.lang.object or just object. So as to instance, instance type is student. So tell me once again, whose equals method it will call? Java.lang.object class is still Shraddha is saying object class. Guys, it goes by the type of the instance. So will it call object classes or student classes? Don't make such a mistake after spending 3 days in runtime polymorphism. That's bad, really bad, sad. So of course it is going to still pick up student classes. If you had done something, some mistake in overriding, of course it would have failed. So check. That is your acid test, confirmation test. So Shraddha, I'm just taking her name because I saw her responding wrong. So many of you could be thinking wrong. Tell me, whose equals method it is calling? Object classes equals method or student classes equals method? The base class form, overridden form or overriding form? Overridden is the base, this. Overriding is the subclass, overriding form. So isn't it all the same? And naturally, it gives you the correct result. The moment your roll number and the subject taken is same, students are same. So this is more than sufficient time spent on your assignment help. So whenever you come to the lab session, I have given you the major help. So apply it. Don't copy paste ever from my code. It will kill you, because if I slightly change the requirement, the things will fall apart. So refer to it and complete the assignment. Everyone understood the equals method and that string classes equals method I have used. So what is it I have used? I have used the equality of two primitive types, roll number, and here I have used equals method of the string, which is based on again the content equality. So this is what, this was the yesterday's assignment, and then writing the tester and checking it should be easy. So even if you're not managing it, I'll of course help you, but in the lab session. So this is like more than sufficient time spent in the revision, and we'll still revising, because the exception part I had started, but I want to just talk about it again. Okay, so start, do fast revision with me. What is exception? Compile time error or runtime error? Constructor in the student class. What is there in the constructor? All the members. Of course, you have to add additional overloaded constructor and all, but all these details I will talk about in theory, not theory, a lab session. Okay, so I'm see, guys, somebody asked me to show the constructor. I'm giving you a clue. This only one constructor will not suffice. You will have to add an overloaded constructor. But that is solving the assignment. So I'll discuss that in the lab session, not now. Okay. So going ahead, yeah, you are correct. So exception is nothing but the runtime error. So tell me, who will detect this runtime error? Java compiler or the JVM? It is the JVM. So here detected by JVM. But JVM is a loose term. You know, when you launch the JVM, it starts two threads, main thread and a garbage collector. So which thread will be looking after this exception handling? Answer is main thread. Runtime error detected by JVM's main thread. Because you remember, what is the job of the main thread? To invoke the main method. And main method, currently we just have main thread. We have not yet created any multi-threaded applications. So everything will be managed by the JVM's main thread. People ask you, what is the need? Why you have used exception handling? Today you will learn it and you will use it throughout in your Java. There are exactly two reasons. So anyone wants to tell me why exception handling? Give me one reason at least. Absolutely correct. So here, in order to why exception handling, to continue with the program execution even after runtime errors. And which runtime errors I'm talking about? Example, yesterday I talked about so many examples. It could be, somebody said already, invalid inputs. So if you give the invalid input currently to the scanner, it throws you those next int, next double methods, input mismatch exception. But I don't want to abort the code. I want to continue with the code. So it could be invalid inputs. It could be BL is for business logic. It's a pretty standard short form. BL, business logic. So business logic failures. What is that business logic failures? That is, you are opening, suppose an account. You want to open an account in, let's say, HDFC. HDFC maintains the minimum funds as, let's say, 5K, 10K or whatever. And you are trying to open the account with the lesser funds. So then in that case, should the account be created or not created? If you give the lesser funds, of course not be created. But in that case, should you have an exception or should the code continue? Of course, the code should continue. So invalid inputs, business logic failures, validation failures, in all such cases, you had discussed so many. File is not found and you are trying to, invalid casting, illegal casting. You know what I'm talking about. You're trying to access the array out of bounds. So even after runtime errors, to continue with the program execution, you need exception handling. And what is the second reason? The second reason is, divide by 0, so many null pointers and so many. So the second reason is, the moment you apply the try and catch block, that is the heart of exception handling, you automatically separate the business logic from the exception handling, error handling logic. So the second reason is to separate the business logic. Where do we write that business logic typically? In a try block. Okay. To separate business logic from error handling logic. And where are we going to write the error handling logic? In the catch block. So these are the reasons to continue with the execution and the separation. We are learning your what is it called? Your exception handling topic. So yesterday I had already discussed the flow. So you are going to tell me. I'm going to ask you. I hope you have gone through those diagrams and all. I told you which diagrams to go through yesterday. So you tell me. Suppose there is a, in case of division by 0. If in your code, you are dividing by 0 in one of the lines, tell me, what will JVM's main thread do? If in your code, suppose you are doing division by 0, what will, I've drawn that flow chart. You're supposed to look at it on the earlier day when I share and when I tell you. Yes, throw the error and abort is too vague a statement. Here, what it will do is, first, JVM will check what is the type of the error. It's a division by 0. Is there a corresponding class? Answer is yes. What is the name of the exception class for division by 0? Arithmetic exception. So JVM creates the instance of that exception class and throws it to the code. Somebody was asking me yesterday in the lab session, by throw, do you mean instance? No. Throw means raising the exception, triggering the exception. So what will JVM do? JVM checks the type of the error. So this error is arithmetic exception. And what is it JVM will use internally? JVM will use the keyword. There is a special keyword throw to raise, to fire, to trigger the exception. Okay. So what will JVM do is JVM will use the throw keyword to throw system exception. System means built-in exception. So what it will say? Throw, and throw is followed by the instance of the exception class. How do you create instance? New. So throw new, which is the name of the class which will get instantiated. Tell me the name of the class. I already said it 2 times. The name of the exception class is arithmetic exception. You should always do it with Java docs for best clarity. Search here. Look for arithmetic exception. And here, this is the class. Of course, we'll talk about checked and unchecked and all that. So this is the class which it will use, and this is the constructor uses. So constructs arithmetic exception with the detailed error message. So this is the constructor your JVM was going to use. So what it will say is throw new arithmetic exception, and the error message it gives you is division by 0. Divided by 0. So this is what your JVM will do. Okay. So it is the JVM who is raising the exception, who is throwing the exception and throwing it in your code. Wait for some time and you will understand. See here, JVM can understand the system errors, systematic errors, as in system exceptions. But soon you will be doing the validation. You want to handle the your business logic failures. At that time, programmer will detect the error, a developer will detect the error, and then we will use the same throw keyword to throw our custom exceptions. All that is a new for you, so you will understand it line by line. I mean, step by step. So now, once the exception is raised by this throw keyword, tell me, will the normal continuation of the code is possible or not possible? Can code continue in a normal manner? Answer is no. So here, what will JVM do is, here JVM will check something. What will JVM check? JVM will check, have you supplied any exception handler? So catch block. So exception handler checks exists or does not exist. So we start with the condition does not exist. So if it is not existing, tell me, can the code continue or will it get aborted? Of course, the code will abort it. So here JVM aborts the code, aborts the application, aborts the code. But while during aborting, you must have seen it tells you exception in main thread main, and it gives you the name of the exception, the detailed error message, and the stack trace, which is nothing but the location. So prints, what all information it prints? The name of the exception. It will print the error message, that is divided by 0. And it will also print the location, which is called as stack trace, because stack consists of stack frame. So suppose main is calling method 1. Method 1 is calling method 2. And you got a runtime error in method 2. So it will print the method 2's line number. Then method 2 rewinds to method 1. So method 1's line number and main. So the entire job is called as stack trace. The location, complete location it will show you. With examples, I can tell you more. So this was your no branch. So tell me, do you want to continue with the code or do you want to, should the code get aborted? Of course, we want continuation. So now we are going to say exception handler exists. That is where we will start writing try catch block. So in case there is an existing one, that is a catch block. But catch block cannot exist on its own. It has to be preceded by try. So we will have try catch blocks. So here, in case of yes, if you are supplied, still the try block where your error occurred aborts. So try block aborts. But here, the try block is only aborting. The JVM will execute. So executes what? The catch block. Catch block is exception handling block. And then code continues. So tell me, is the exception handling flow managed by JVM clear or not clear? Everyone can visualize it. You have seen it also. So I'll just show you. We had written something yesterday before the last code. So here, look at this test exception handling. So tell me, will you see in this case code continues? Because every time you don't talk in the concept, you talk in the code also. But are you going to see code continues? Of course, yes. That is indicator. So here, confirm. And you see exception occurred, of course, and code continues. So check. Can you tell me the line number on which error took place? Exception occurred. Line number, please. Line number 9 is the correct answer. So, but we had placed it in a try block. So tell me, did try block continue or did it get aborted? Are you looking at this? Of course not. So try block gets aborted. JVM starts looking for a matching catch block. So tell me, if it is divided by 0, which was the exception which was raised and thrown, which was raised by JVM, arithmetic exception. So this is of course a matching one. And here, so you saw, I hope you remember the output. So it entered this exception block and then code continued. But the moment you do this, okay, I'll do something else. So look at this and tell me. Anyone wants to tell me what will be the output? Okay, simple question. Code continues, this will get printed or will the code abort? Answer is code will be aborted. See this. Which is the exception which is raised here? Which is the exception which is triggered and raised here? Arithmetic exception. So is arithmetic exception same as null pointer? It is like saying, is student a faculty? Is apple a orange? Or what is that? Any incompatible? They are incompatible. So tell me, is it a matching catch clause or not matching catch clause? Of course, not matching. So what will happen? At this point, JVM will abort the try block. So of course, no end of try. But can it enter this catch block? No, because it's not matching. So exception is still raised high. Exception is not serviced. And the moment your JVM sees the exception is not handled, will it allow the code continuation or will it abort the code? Of course, the code will get aborted. Confirm. It's a easy but interesting topic because people can ask you so many questions on this. So tell me, when you see all this in red, what is it? This is your default handler. So see, read it carefully. Exception in thread main. It means runtime error in main method. What is the name of the exception? Arithmetic exception. Which is that detailed error message? Divide by 0. And this is the stack trace telling you that at this particular line, exception occurred. Understood all the statements I made so far? All clear? Because this exception handling is a favorite topic of exam setters. Because this was an easy question, but later it gets little more advanced or involved. So this is what I meant. So exception handler, I'll add a keyword. Keyword means important one. Matching exception handler exists, then yes, JVM, code can continue. Then if you remember, we had talked about inheritance hierarchy of exception handling classes. Anyone wants to tell me what is the ultimate superclass of exception handling? Yes, Rajiv, I'm always telling you, focus on the topic. Answer to your question is yes, but wait for that. So here, inheritance hierarchy. What is the ultimate superclass of that? Throwable is a very right answer. So the superclasses, all these are from the java.lang package. So the superclass is java.lang.throwable. See the word throwable. throwable is something which you can throw. Are you understanding? So when I said your JVM is going to use throw keyword, what all you can add, which class instances you can add after this? Anything which is throwable. Means anything which belongs to throwable and its hierarchy. But if you create randomly a class, public class employee, and if you try to say throw new employee, compiler will give you error. So see the word throwable is something which you can throw from this throw keyword. More on this soon. So this is the superclass, ultimate superclass. Now tell me, which are the two subclasses below throwable? You just have to open that slide, or you just have to, if you have read it, you don't even require that. Of course, one is java.lang.error. So tell me, just by adding a try-catch block, can you catch these errors, or are they unrecoverable or fatal? Can you catch these errors? Answer is no. So cannot be caught. They are called as fatal errors because they cannot be, you cannot escape them. Okay. So example is warranted. So the example can be IO error. There's a class below error, IO error. There is a stack overflow. And so many out of memory and internal errors, socket errors, file errors and all that. So this branch we are not exercising. So which is the another subclass which is practically going to be used all the time? Java.lang.exception is the superclass of what? All the catchable errors. So now when you talk about exception, this exception has two categories. Or okay, let me say this. What is the subclass of java.lang.exception? It is java.lang.runtime exception. Okay, you open your Java docs and check. You will find throwable, below throwable exception, and below exception, runtime exception. So tell me, whenever you find any class which extends from runtime exception, directly or indirectly, that is immediate subclass or grandchild kind of a thing. What is it? You will label it checked exceptions or unchecked exceptions. Answer is unchecked exceptions. Okay, so this category is called as unchecked exception. And if you don't have if any of your exception classes do not have runtime exception as the immediate or indirect parent class, then it is labeled as checked exceptions. So it is a very easy one. Yesterday I asked you a couple of questions. Today I hope you are fresher and you will be able to tell me arithmetic exception, checked or unchecked? They are unchecked. This is an unchecked exception. Your another famous NPE, null pointer. Look at it and tell me, checked or unchecked? Everyone understands it? Now I'll show you something interesting. You remember the first day we met, I showed you parsing methods, integer.parseInt, double.parseDouble, etc. So let me take you to that. So java.lang.double, and there is a method called as parseDouble. So here, do you remember using this on the first day? We were accepting the numbers from the command line arguments and we were parsing it. So now this part you already, sorry. Okay, so here this remaining part you already know. But today you focus on only the exception part. So it is telling you, listen to this. It is telling you that this method, it's not throw keyword. There is another keyword called as throws. So if you pass the string as null, of course it will throw you null pointer. Who will throw? The JVM, or this method will throw you null pointer. But if you supply a string which doesn't contain a parsable double, suppose you pass it ABCD, then which is the exception it will throw? Tell me the name of the answer is in front of you. So if you don't give a string containing a parsable double value, which is the exception it will throw you? You could have written NFE, I mean short form. So number format exception, take a look at it and tell me, check or uncheck? Answer is, since it is extending from runtime, of course it is unchecked. So now, oh sorry, I have not shown you the example of this. So now, so you understood this. Now there is a class called as thread in Java. When are we going to use it? Actually in multi-threaded programming. Okay, not before that. But I take the simple example of it. So keep watching. So what is the name of the class? Java.lang.thread. And you do this parallelly. You have to do this parallelly to get the feel. Otherwise, if you're just sitting back in a relaxed this and not doing anything, you will not understand a word. So start working immediately. And there is a method called as sleep. The thread class, the method name is, there's a sleep method. So here, read this method declaration properly. I'm showing you java.lang.thread class, and thread class has a method sleep. And now forget throws for a minute and read the description. Causes the currently executing thread to sleep for specified number of milliseconds. So they have given you, forget the scheduler part and all that, we will cover in multi-threading. So first question is, can anyone tell me, to call this method, do you need to create thread class instance, or can I directly say thread.sleep? Instance I or directly D or something? Answer the question, fast answers, and more answers are required. Of course, directly. Which part tells you? Static. We have spent so much time on static. So how will you call this method? Thread.sleep. You got it? And suppose I want to pause. I want to add a delay of, let's say, 1 second. What will be the value? What will be the value of milliseconds here? If I want to add a delay of 1 second? 1. Guys, 1 second I said. The unit is milliseconds. 1000 is the correct answer. Okay. So I'll be saying, we'll be saying thread.sleep 1000. Okay. So what will happen is your main thread will be blocked, will be paused, will be suspended for next 1 second. You're going to see all of this. So that was my explanation. Now I'm saying focus on exception part. Today is exception handling day. And tell me, is it a checked exception or is it an unchecked exception? Everyone understands that? Are you seeing in any of this hierarchy, inheritance hierarchy, is it coming from runtime exception? Yes or no? Answer is no. So what will you mark it as? Unchecked. I'm so sorry. Checked exception. So now people ask you a favorite question. Explain checked versus unchecked. Try catch keyword I showed you just now. So this is what we are discussing. So let me start asking you. I have given you complete readme yesterday of exception handling. So who does not differentiate between checked versus unchecked exceptions? Your choices are JVM, Java compiler, both or neither. Answer is JVM, the runtime system. Okay, so it is JVM, which does not, it is not partial, it is not biased. Means what? If your code is having some checked exception or unchecked exception, and you have not put the try catch block, what will happen? Answer is code will get aborted. So I'm writing the meaning. So JVM aborts the code in case of unhandled. You tell me from the feedback I'm saying. I use the terms, but these are the terms which are technical terms. So I'm speaking slow. So JVM will abort the code in case of unhandled, either check as well as, I hope you understand what English part I'm saying, as well as checked exceptions. I'm going to show you everything with example. So is JVM going to give a special treatment or a different treatment to checked or unchecked exceptions? Answer is no. So if your code has got checked exception and there is no try-catch block, what will JVM do? Aborts the code. If your code has unchecked exception and you have not placed try-catch block, what will happen? Only one answer. Where are others? Of course, it will abort the code. I've given it in writing. JVM aborts the code in case of unhandled. Unhandled means what? Unhandled means no try-catch block. Unhandled, checked as well as, unchecked exceptions. Okay, so this is the statement. Now, so the question is, who differentiates between the two? Who differentiates? And anyone wants to answer? Is it a Java compiler or is it a JVM? Answer is Java compiler. So this part is confusing to the beginners. Now, I mean, even if you're coming from C++, C++ doesn't have checked versus unchecked. So it's a Java only concept. So who differentiates Java compiler? And now I'm giving you one statement, which is all which you require to understand and to solve examples. So what is that important statement? I always try to give you key statements, like how I've given you. Java compiler goes by the reference, JVM goes by the type of the object, or subclass is a superclass and something more, something modified. So what is the key statement here? Java compiler forces handling. Okay, handling of the, you tell me, checked exception, unchecked exception, both or neither. What it will force? Forces the handling of only checked exceptions. Okay, Java compiler forces the handling of the checked exceptions. And if you have not handled the checked exception, otherwise, Java C error. You will get a Java compiler error. But will Java compiler force you the handling of the unchecked exceptions? Answer is no. Okay, so I've said enough. Now is the time to actually, check it in the code and confirm. So now I'm not going to yesterday's this. I'm creating another project. One was for that assignment help, and you might require some more help. So I'm not spoiling this day 8.1, creating the next one. So here, check this. 8.2. Let's keep it simple and easy. So here in day 8.2, let us start creating. I'm creating the package as tester, and I'm giving the name of the class, which you will understand. I'm saying first, let us say test unchecked exception. Okay. So look at the code. I'm writing this. I'll just say something. Okay. If you are worried about why there is no keyword and all, next topic I'm going to take is string handling. So this is nothing but called as literal string. Okay, constant string, literal string. So this is allowed. And then I'm saying something. SOP double dot. Just now I told you that method S. And here code continues. Okay, so and start responding. It's a very small code sample I'm explaining it with. So tell me, can you see any compiler error or no error? Answer is no compiler error. And what is it we said? So here, this is what I explained a minute ago. So please refer to that. Otherwise, you cannot understand. So tell me, which is the method we are using? Double dot pass double. Here, there is another keyword, which don't confuse it with throw. This keyword is throws. I'll tell you throw versus throws little later. But throws keyword tells the compiler that this method may means possibility, may throw this number format exception. And again, I'm asking you, Is it a checked exception or unchecked exception? Number format. It is a unchecked exception. So tell me, is compiler forcing you to handle this error, to handle this exception? Answer is no. Okay, you will say there is no error. You are right. So this is simple. But now, if I say here, tell me, is the, what is it going to be? Is it a runtime error or no runtime error? There's no compiler error still. I hope you understand. So will there be a runtime error or will the code continue quickly? Abort or continue? Of course, runtime error. And since we have not handled it, of course, it will abort. So here, see this. This is your default handler. When you don't supply any try catch block, JVM applies a default handler, aborts the code, number format exception, and this string cannot be parsed into a double. And these are all internal classes, floating decimal and all, and actual exception hit us here. So step back and tell me. I'll give you in this, which is the exception which is hit, which is generated here, number format exception. So what is compiler forcing us to handle it or not force? In short, is there any compile time error or no? Answer is no error. Compiler is not forcing. And why? Because this is what type? Checked or unchecked? This is your unchecked exception. Understanding the whole point? But as I explained, if you don't handle this exception by adding a try catch block, JVM treats it the same way. JVM will simply abort the code. So tell me, even when you don't add try catch block, is compiler forcing you to handle it? It's a Boolean question, yes or no. Compiler doesn't force, but JVM says if you don't want to, the code to be getting aborted, you better handle it. And that is when we add a try catch block. But that will come later. So now I'm writing. So this was the example of your unchecked exception. Now let me do something. Because this is the first point, and then I can take multiple catch blocks and the whole syntax and all, which is very easy. So this is the only little critical part. Test check exception. Please revise it in your lab session. I've yesterday shown you when I say revise it, in what depth I expect you to revise. So you have to literally open the code sample. You have to open the corresponding readme and solve it with, you have to guess what will happen. Okay, so here, see this. I'm writing a message here before. Here I'm adding a message after. Before and after. And I want a, let us say, 5 seconds delay between printing of before and after. You understood what I said? First, the before should be printed. Then there should be a delay, a pause of a 5 seconds. And then after should be printed. So which API have you seen for this? Which is the method I should use? Answer is sleep method. So here, which classes, which method? Thread classes, sleep method. We just now saw that. You remember that? Anyway, I can't do that. So look for thread class. And which is the method we are talking about? Just now I explained it, sleep. So I'm going to, this is a static method and I want 5 seconds sleep. So what will be the argument here? 5 or 5,000? Of course, 5K, 5,000. And thread class belongs to java.lang. So no import is required. So here, thread.sleep, 5,000. But now see something. You should be always a good observer. Observe and conclude is my favorite statement. So tell me, are you seeing any compile time error or no error? There is a compile time error. Somebody saying no error. Guys, you can see that red cross and here, red line here, compile time error. So anyone wants to tell me why there is a compile time error? Extends thread class. Kunal, you are totally off track. I don't understand you. Here, just take the cursor here and you will understand. It tells you so clearly, unhandled exception of the type interrupted exception. And here I have already given you the rule. So which is the exception which may get raised here? It is interrupted exception. And interrupted exception is a checked exception or unchecked exception? Tell me quickly. C or UC? It is a checked exception. Sorry. Interrupted. Okay. This is your checked exception. And what is the statement which I'm going to say 20 times a day is Java compiler forces handling of the which exception, checked or unchecked? Checked exception. So unless and until you handle it, Java compiler will not, the code will not compile. So now, which is the one way of handling the exception? Tell me. You know one way of handling the exception already. How to satisfy? Surround this in a try-catch block. Are you getting me? See, observe. Here, compiler did not force me. Of course, JVM throws us out. JVM gives this error. So if you wanted to see the code continuation, you had to wrap it in a try-catch block. JVM is the same. But here, compiler itself won't allow you to compile the code. So what you have to do is simply, there is a shortcut here when you click on it, but you are still learning. So I'm not giving you shortcut. So surround this in a try-catch block. And which is the exception you want to handle is interrupted exception. And here I'm saying error occurred. Okay. So this. So tell me, okay, I'll run this code. So it's before 5-second delay and after. So here you must be wondering, when will it throw interrupted exception? So that interrupted exception, here the statement, otherwise after 10 minutes, people ask me the same question. So focus. In reality, you will get interrupted exception only in a multi-threaded system. So while one thread is sleeping, another thread can interrupt the sleep, can send the interrupt signal. So tell me, which are the threads which are currently in the system? Which are the two threads we have in the JVM? No, there are two threads we have in the JVM, main and garbage collector. So do you seriously think garbage collector is going to send the interrupt to the sleeping main thread? Answer is no. Garbage collector's job is to collect the garbage, to release the memory stuck in the unreferenced object. So in short, will you ever get this interrupted exception in our system in such a single threaded system? Answer is no. But here, my problem is Java compiler forces the handling of the checked exception, and Java compiler does not force the handling of unchecked exceptions. So tell me, is checked versus unchecked clear? It's a favorite popular question. And like I said, you may be partially clear here, but throughout the day we are going to talk about it, so it'll be clearer. So now I have a question. Here, this is one way. I'll say Control-Shift-F, formatting. So this is one way. Which is one way of satisfying the compiler? One is surround it in a try-catch block. But just now I said, in a single threaded system, I don't want to handle it because I know I will never get an interrupted exception. So is there any alternative to writing this try-catch block and satisfy the compiler? Answer is yes. And that keyword is throws. So let me open. You can also open because I have shared everything with you yesterday. Core Java help. Yours will be day 7 data, day 7 help, exception handling, and open that readme. Whatever I'm saying, I have already mentioned there. So don't wait for that recording to reach you. You can just go through this readme. So here, I already said this. Read slowly. Finish reading. So which is the exception Java compiler forces us to handle? Checked or unchecked? Answer is checked. So this handling can be done by supplying a matching try-catch block, which I showed you already, or there is another way called as throws keyword. Okay, throw is for throwing the exception, generating the exception. Throws is for some other purpose. So read this. First is you have to understand the syntax. So throws keyword comes in the method declaration followed by throws, and you can have either one single exception class or you can have multiple also. Example makes it clearer. See this. This is your normal method declaration, and after that comes throws keyword. So what is this throws keyword telling you? The meaning is, it is telling you that this sleep method may means possibility, not always, may throw interrupted exception. So read it from the description. So here, what is throws? This is all popular questions. Popular question is throw versus throws. So this throws keyword, is it required for the compiler or is it required for the JVM? Only for the compiler. JVM anyway doesn't distinguish between the two. What is the meaning of the throws keyword? Meaning is the specified method may raise this particular exception. So tell me, I'm not sure whether it is understandable or not. So here, this is your integer classes parsint method. Like how you have double dot parsable, here you have integer dot parsint. So think and answer. Will every time you use integer dot parsint, is it going to throw this exception? Is your method going to throw this exception all the time? No. When will it throw the exception? Tell me. If you supply non-parsable integer. Are you understanding me? Suppose you say integer dot parsint within the quotes 1, 2, 3, 4. So will it throw this exception or will it not? If I give 1, 2, 3, 4, of course not. But if I give 123.45 within a string, double integer can be automatically promoted to double, but double cannot be narrowed into integer, will throw you out. So the point is, here method may raise the specific exception in case of wrong inputs or invalid inputs. And the other information it is telling you is your current method is not handling it. For example, parsint method or sleep method, but its caller should handle it. So all these statements will become clear after usage. So people ask you when it is adding the throws keyword, when it is mandatory. So let me ask you, adding throws keyword, is it mandatory for checked exceptions or unchecked exceptions? C or UC? I said mandatory. People write it for unchecked also. Mandatory for check. And if you have added a try-catch block and handle it, will you need it or will you require it for unhandled checked exceptions? Answer is unhandled checked exceptions. So again, there's a lot of possibility that you feel lost in the English part of the statements. So do it with example. So this was one handling. So here, what is this? Which is the exception this method may throw? Interrupted exception. Being the checked exception, compiler forced it handling. So I showed you one way. Now observe and conclude. Focus here. So here I'm making a copy. And here, observe please, I'm removing this. Okay, so tell me, what are we back to? Why there is a compiler error? I've said it already 10 times, but I want it from your side. Why there is a compiler error? It's a slightly smaller, longer statement. Compiler forces the handling of the checked exception. So which was one way I showed you for handling. Handling means for satisfying the compiler, actually handling it, actual try-catch block. Anyone wants to tell me What is the other way of satisfying the keyword, satisfying the compiler? Throws keyword. Absolutely correct. So now tell me, where does this throws keyword appear? Does it appear as a Java statement or does it appear in the method declaration? S for Java statement, M for method declaration. It is a method declaration. So this method, you have called it in which method? Main. So this is your main method's declaration. So see the syntax. Here I can say, see the magic. Throws interrupted exception. So first observation, is the compiler error gone? Has the compiler error vanished? Yes. Are we actually handling the exception or are we not handling the exception? We are not handling the exception. We are just telling the Java compiler, I am not handling. I means the main method is not handling it. But who is the caller of the main method? JVM. JVM's main thread. So JVM has to handle it. So guys, the formal answer, the popular question is, what is the usage of throws keyword? The formal answer is exception handling delegation. Delegation, you know the word delegation. You are not doing the job. You are delegating it to your friend or to your help or to whatever, to your subordinate. So this main method is not handling it. Who will handle it? Answer is its caller. And who is the caller of the main thread? So this is another way of telling the compiler, I'm not handling this exception, but my caller will. So the last question and we'll go ahead. So tell me, when I take you to multi-threaded system and there is a genuinely, suppose the interrupted exception, one thread is peacefully sleeping, another thread interrupts the sleep. So in that case, tell me, will the code continue to after or will the code get aborted? Will the code continue to after or will the code get aborted? I want more answers, not only single answer. I'm getting both the answers. Guys, here, are we actually handling the exception? Answer is no. We're just delegating it. So in that case, the answer is code will not continue. Code will simply get aborted. I'm going to show you these examples, but little later. So focus on the simple things. A 1-minute recap. So tell me, how do you identify a given exception is checked or unchecked? How do you decide the particular exception is an unchecked exception? Tell me. If any exception is, no, not compiler error, Jinkyo. Is this how are you going to answer it to the interviews? People ask you, how will you decide a particular exception is an unchecked exception? Answer is, if it extends from runtime exception class, it is a unchecked exception. And if it does not extend from runtime exception class, it is a, what is it? Checked exception. Is the first statement clear? Ajinkya, are you clear what I told you as answer? Okay. Next question. Who treats them same? Who differentiates between the two? Who doesn't differentiate? Who differentiates? Tell me. JVM does not differentiate. Java compiler differentiates. So tell me, Java compiler will force you the handling of which exceptions? Check or unchecked? Answer is checked. And Java compiler doesn't force you handling of unchecked exceptions. If you're still feeling lost after so much of time, keep two methods with you. One is sleep method, which has the checked exception. And the other one is integer.parseInt double.parseDouble, the one which throws the number format exception, which is an unchecked exception. So the next question. Listen to the question, please. You already told me that compiler does not force the handling of unchecked variety. So now come to the checked exception. Anyone wants to tell me what are the two probable ways of satisfying or of removing the compiler error for checked exception. So one is actual handling by placing it in a try-catch block. So the moment you place it in a try-catch block, and if genuinely exception occurs, can code continue or will the code get aborted? The moment you are handling it using try-catch block, of course the code will continue. People are saying aborted. Guys, try-catch block, the catch block is for catching the error. The remaining code continues. And now tell me, if you say, okay, what is the other way? For just delegating the exception handling to the caller, throws. So throws is for telling the compiler, I'm not handling it. I as in current method is not handling it, but it's caller, not necessarily to the main, Rohit, any caller. So it is delegating the exception handling to the caller. You have to spend some time in exception handling and you'll know everything about it. So now the last one. If you use throws keyword and genuinely exception occurs, so what will happen? Can the code continue or will the code abort? Answer is 100% code will abort. So this is the recap. Over time, you will understand completely as an inside out. So now let us worry about, so this was the main part of it. So now let us talk about your, what is it? Different legal syntaxes. So which is one of the legal syntax? One try block ending it with one catch block. So when I say exception one, you can think of it as, I'll write it simply. As an example, I'm saying arithmetic exception. So tell me, is it legal? Is it legal to end the try block with a single catch block? It's a question, yes or no. Of course, you have seen it. But that is just one of the syntaxes. So the other syntax I'm asking is, I'm showing you that a try block can it end with multiple catch blocks? Answer is yes. I'm going to show you all of this with example. I'm just giving you the inputs first. Mute yourself. So try with multiple catches, all legal. But guys, you will soon see your 10-liner code may have 10 different exceptions. So soon number of catch clauses will increase. So you might say catch null pointer exception, catch arithmetic exception. But what if there are 10 more exceptions? So there is a catch-all block. So what is that catch-all block? Catch followed by exception E. So anyone wants to tell me? Again, popular question. Every day I keep asking you all popular questions just with the hope for preparing you with interviews. So later you don't require, too much of interview preparation, provided you are sincere here. Okay, so typical question asked is, why catch exception E will act as a catch-all block? Anyone wants to tell me? Why will it act as a catch-all? Any exception it can catch. Why? Wrong answer, Narendra. It is nothing but, again, application of your upcasting and inheritance. Exception is a superclass. So can superclass reference refer to any subclass object? In short, can I say person P equal to new student? Yes. Can I say object O equal to new student? Yes. So are you getting, guys, why I spent so much time on inheritance and polymorphism? Here, when you say catch exception E, will I be able to catch number format exception? Yes. Why? Because number format exception is an exception. Will I be able to catch your interrupted exception? Yes, because interrupted exception is an exception. Such statements, this is what gives you the, what do you say? See, so many people, there are so many Java programmers. So how do you plan to stand out? How do you plan to get selected in interviews? What is your value addition? These internals. Anyone knows that catch exception is a catch-all block, but you should understand why. Exception is a superclass, which superclass reference can refer to anything. So I always try to give more. So you decide whether you want to, when you want to absorb it like. So this is your catch-all block, 100% legal. So you can have multiple catch blocks ended with catch-all block. So now tell me, where should I add this catch-all block? In the beginning, should it be as the first one or should it be the last one? First or last? 100% answer is last. What will happen? By mistake, if you put it towards the beginning, you will get a compiler error, unreachable code. See, so many points I'm telling you. So here, the moment you have caught all the exceptions, how can the control go to null pointer and arithmetic and all? So never do this mistake. If you want to put a catch-all block, should be done towards the end, towards the bottom. Now, Java 6 onwards, they have brought in multi-catch. See, this is the example of multiple catch blocks and this is the example of multi-catch. So understand, everything will be discussed with example. This is your single sample, some try block. What is it? When the control will reach here inside the catch block, in case of A is for arithmetic exception. But now, solve this. So NP is standing for null pointer exception, AOB for array index out of bounds exception. So anyone wants to tell me, when will JVM execute highlighted catch block? When will it enter this catch block? Exactly, answer is OR. So here, either you have got null pointer exception in your code, or you have got, this is a pipe means or you have got array index out of bounds. So you can collect multiple exceptions under one catch. And of course, if you want to have the remaining exceptions handled, you can have your catch-all block. So what are these all? All of these are legal syntaxes. So let's spend some time and understand it completely. So this is, I'm going to write a lot of small examples. Just ensure that I've shown you how to revise yesterday. So do that complete revision. So let me close earlier projects and here. So now I'll say something. And now I'll start with a series, tester 1 and all that, because I don't have a specific name to be given. I'll write something, you keep your focus on. Initial part, I can take the same. Okay, I'll start. I'll just take everything which you know. I'll give you the simple example. You're supposed to focus attention here and nowhere else, because soon I'll be asking you all the questions. So this is your 0th index. Anything else you know? I think there are some, okay, array index, you know about that. Array data, and here I'm saying data of, and here I'm saying something like code continues or main over something. Okay, so I hope you are watching me and not doing something parallelly. So can you see this code is full of so many errors. Everyone can see. Are you understanding? I've written the thing so clearly and with such a simple example. But can you observe there is not even a single compiler error? So tell me why. Why there is no compiler error? All of these are the examples of unchecked exceptions. So tell me, at this point, which is the exception which will be raised? Arithmetic exception. Open your Java docs, you will see it is coming from runtime. Here, which is the exception which is raised? Number format exception, unchecked. Here, which is the exception? Anyone wants to tell me? Highlighted one. NP, null pointer. I've given S as null. So of course, NP, null pointer exception, figure it out. Open it in the Java docs, extends from runtime. Here, which is the exception? Array index out of bounds exception. So, but the point is, again, I'm revising the same concept so many times. Checked versus unchecked. So these are all unchecked. So leave that part aside now. Now I'm saying, in this case, if I run it, what will JVM do? Will you see this main over or will the code get aborted? Of course, the code is going to get aborted. At which line it will get aborted? Of course, the very first line. Are you understanding? So I'll just add a SOP in main. So you can test the whole thing. Okay. And when I tell you to revise, please play with the code. So as you can see, it has entered main. And the moment it says arithmetic exception at this line, the whole code aborts. So now I'm giving you a small task. I don't want to see the code aborting. I want this main over to be printed. How? Throws or try catch? Of course, try catch. Everyone understands it? So now see this. I'm guarding my entire code by placing it in a try block. Okay, but try cannot exist on its own. Try has to be ended with what? Of course, it can be ended with one catch or multiple catches or multi-catch blocks also. So let me go simple here. So here I'm calling it as arithmetic exception. And now, if I just do it, or okay, let's say, I want to check because people give you a lot of ready-made code and ask you what will happen. So anyone wants to tell me, just give me a second. Now I will write something. Now the critical concept is over. Now it is like enjoying the exception handling, all parts of it. So tell me what will be the output. When I run this, what will be the output, please? So I'll ask you, in main, will be printed? Of course, yes. Will it print end of try? Yes or no will be sufficient. Of course not. It won't print that. Is this the matching catch class? Which is the exception raised here? Arithmetic exception. Is it the matching one? Yes. So will it print SOP1? Yes. And will the code normally continue? Answer is yes. Confirm. Is everyone clear? In main, 1 and main over. 100% clear with the output? No one feeling lost or confused in this code? Okay. Now I'm going to make a small change. Let's see. Now tell me what will happen. You can write your output in, short forms. I can understand short forms. Let's see what people are saying. Main over, Girish is saying. Wrong answer, Girish. Yes. The code will get aborted. At which line? See, now this part, will this survive? Yeah, sorry. Will this survive? Yes, 100/10, fine. So result will be 10. But here when I say integer.parseInt, which is the exception, Girish? Because you gave me wrong answer. Which is the exception which is going to be raised? Number format exception. Here it was earlier, arithmetic exception. Here it is NFE, number format exception. And tell me, will the rest of the try block continue? I mean, can it get executed? Of course not. Now JVM starts hunting. Hunting means checking. Is this a matching catch block or not matching? Tell me, number format exception, is it a arithmetic exception? Like saying, is mango a apple? Of course not. So will it enter here? No. So now what is the situation? The situation is we have got JVM has got unhandled exception. So what will JVM do? Will it continue to this main over or will the code get aborted? Of course, the code will get aborted. So guys, don't make mistakes in such simple examples. So here you can see in main, it printed the result of division, and the moment it comes across the unhandled exception, see this, all these are the Ajay, mute yourself. So these are the integer class internal classes, and here is our class. So this is where the code got aborted. Are we clear or not? Though because some of you are giving me wrong answers. 100% clear? Next. So what is the solution? Can I add another catch block? Can I write multiple catch blocks? Of course, yes. So this is your another catch block. And here I can say number format exception. And here if I say 2. The moment you see things, I hope clarity increases. So now tell me, what will be the output? First line is in the main. Next is result 10. Here, number format exception. So will remaining try block continue? No. So here, of course, it won't continue. So what will be the answer? Can it enter this catch block? Of course not. It's not matching. Is this a matching catch block? Yes. So what will it print? So it will print in the main, then result is 10, then 2, and then main over. Everyone clear? It's all repeat run. Understanding all of the statements? Yes, you are right. So here, confirm. In main, printing the result, there's nothing wrong in it. 2 indicates that this is the catch block it has encountered, and the code continues indicating main over. You can write a SOP such as code continues and all. Are we 100% clear? Everyone is clear? Now. So now I'll make the changes. It's a repetitive things. The moment you see it once or twice, guys, fresher or no fresher, they will understand it identically. So please tell me. No, don't tell me your answer. I'll give you option. So in this case, will JVM supply the default handler and abort the code, or will you see this main over? I've given your options. Default handler leading to aborting the code. When you don't write a catch handler, JVM will supply, or will it execute? Of course, JVM will supply the default handler because story is, you know the story. So here, this survives, no arithmetic exception. This is a parsable integer, so no NFE, no number format exception. And now you are trying to access the method with a null reference. So this is your null pointer exception. And everyone knows arithmetic exception, neither arithmetic nor number format is your null pointer. So of course the code will abort. Are you getting this? So see this. Rest of the things still parsed int value, it is all fine. And the moment it got a unhandled exception, even though it is an unchecked one, JVM doesn't care. The moment it comes across any unhandled, whether it is a checked exception or unchecked exception, code simply aborts. So what is the solution? The solution is add additional catch block. But tell me guys, adding so many catch blocks for such a simple 10-liner code sounds better, or writing one catch-all block sounds better? Everyone understands it. So typically, see, today is our exception handling day. So I have to show you all possible syntax, but ultimately, finally, you will end up writing a catch-all block. So tell me, where should catch-all block appear? At the top of it or at the bottom of it? As the first one or the last one? Of course, the last one. So here is the catch-all block. And here I'll say SOP in catch-all. So tell me, what will be the answer now? I'm going to run this code again. So check the flow. The code, the try block gets aborted here using null point, thanks to null pointer exception raised, remaining tie block survives continues C, aborts A. Try block will happen. What will happen to the try block? Will it continue or will it get aborted? Of course, it will abort. Can it enter arithmetic exception catch block? No. Is it a number format? No. But when I say catch all as in exception E, what is null pointer? Can you say null pointer exception is a exception? Yes. And you know, we have spent almost 4 days now. I don't remember when we started in the test. So superclass reference, which is exception reference, can it refer to null pointer? Of course, yes. That is why it is catch all. So you'll definitely see in catch all and main over. Confirm. Okay. So here it is. Clear, everyone? Are you understanding what is going on? Are you understanding the flow of execution? 100%, because it is one of the easiest topic other than checked versus unchecked. Okay. So here, now I'll just make other changes. So suppose I say, tell me. So now what will happen? I'm not giving you any risk. I'm just asking you what will happen. Which will be the exception encountered or no exception? It is array index out of bounds. Everyone understands it? So now it survives this. This is your string. So character, I'm going to start with strings later. So when I say character at the 0th position, what will it print? H. So no null pointer. But here now, my size of the array is 5. So indices run from what? 0 to length -1. So this is your famous array index out of bounds exception. Will it print end of try? No. Will it enter the first arithmetic exception? No. Number format? No. And exception, of course, in catch all. Confirm. Understanding it totally? Character at 0th index is H. The code gets aborted at data 5 and then normal continuation after the catch block. Are we feeling lost or clear? Everyone is understanding it? I'll make the small change and let's see whether you understand it. So I'm saying number format exception or tell me the answer. What will happen? I want the output. So will it print? Will it say 1? Will it say 2? Will it say in catch all? Or will it have the aborting code? Are you understanding? So this is what? This is called as multi-catch. It was introduced in the language JDK 6 onwards. So here we are sitting in 11. So here what it means, either when you have number format exception or array index out of bounds, I can have one more pipe. I can or multiple exceptions also. So in all these cases, which is the catch block which will be visited is this one. Okay, confirm. And naturally, when you have, see, when this particular catch block is executed, the exception, which was the exception raised? Array index. So it is serviced. So why would it enter again this? It cannot. So this is your example of multi-catch block. Clear completely? Are you understanding completely? Yeah, I'm coming, Rohit. I'm coming to all the points. Have I said I'm finished from this? Answer to your question is, of course, yes. I said, so Rohit is asking me a new question, but next guy, who is that next guy? Swapnil. Swapnil, I just now said that you can add one more pipe and add multiple pipes and add multiple R's. So answer is yes. I said that already. So now answer this. Take this. Here, what will happen if I comment, these many? So tell me, what will happen in this case? Will the code abort? In short, will you see main over or will you not see? Answer is, of course, you will see. Which is the exception which is being raised? Array index out of bounds. So tell me, Is array index out of bounds a exception? All your classes, exception classes, be it checked or be it unchecked, extend from that. So is it going to end up into in catch all block? 100% yes. That is what Rohit, I already said is the norm. So listen to the statements I'm making and try out things basically. Okay, sorry, somewhere I messed up. So where did I mess up? Yeah, I messed up in this. The closing of the try block was also commented. So I got a compiler. Anyway, so here, take a look at this. So which is the exception which is raised? Array index out of bounds. And since it is a exception, it enters in the catch-all and then the code continues. Understanding it still? Got it still? Okay, so this is the different ways. These are the different ways. But guys, if you look at this, you just got an information that it has got in catch-all block. But are you understanding from this output, which is the name? What is the name of the exception? What is the error cause or where it occurred? Answer is, I'm not getting any information. So now I'll tell you about that and we'll stop. So here, everything, whatever I'm taking is already written here. So here, see this somewhere. Okay. So read the title. I'll show you from the Java docs also. Throwable is the ultimate superclass, and they have defined very powerful functionality, powerful methods there, which is inherited by all the subclasses. So take a look at it. Throwable class has overridden toString. I'm saying everyone knows object class has toString. So throwable class has overridden the toString to return the name of the exception class and the reason behind the failure, including that detailed error message. So you can use toString. But if you say, no, I'm not interested in the name of the class, I just want to see the error message. Which is the method to use? The method to use is getMessage. So what it will show you? If it is arithmetic exception, it will show you divide by 0. If you use toString, it will show you two details. One is what? Java.lang.arithmetic exception, fully qualified class name, plus the error message. For only error message, you have this. But guys, in your debugging phase, when you are developing a code and you are debugging, you don't want to just know which exception class and what error message. You want to find out in which location, at which line number the error took place. So what is the method to use here? There is a method in the throwable class, print stack trace. And what will it print? Of course, it will give you the name of the exception class. It will give you the detailed error message telling you the reason of the failure, plus it will give you the location. So let us try this and stop immediately after. So here, see this. Here, in catch-all is fine, but that is not really helping me to find out. So here, I'm using, what is the reference variable name I have taken? E. So here I'm saying e.getMessage. Read, returns the detailed message string of this throwable. Okay, so here, anyone wants to predict what will be the output? Of course it will be, I hope you remember, this is your array index out of bounds. You know this. So it will show in catch-all, and which will be the error message here? Which index is running out of bounds? No. AOB is the name of the exception. So you're wrong. This is an error message. Anyway, let me not say. Let JVM tell you. So here it is telling you the actual reason index 5 is out of bounds for length 5. Understanding the message or not? What is the array length? 5. So what is the range of indices? 0 to 5 or 0 to 4? 4. And it is running out of it. So this is that error message. Clear, everyone? Answer fast because I want to give you the break. Is the error message clear? So this will only give you detailed error message. But suppose I say, no, I'm not happy with only error message. I want to find out the name of the exception and error message. Which method should I use? What should I use? Just now I told you a toString. So here if I say SOP and E, everyone knows what will it call internally? E.toString. Now take a minute. Don't be in a hurry to answer because it's a trick question. So can anyone tell me, in this given code, the toString method will be called on which object? In which object, on which instance the toString method will be called? So people are saying exception. You are not applying your polymorphism at all. Guys, JVM goes by the type of the reference or type of the object. Type of the object. So here, exception is the type of the reference. But which is the actual instance it has created? Array index out of bounds. So I was expecting a correct answer when I've spent so much time on these statements. So it will call the toString on the actual exception instance, which is in this case, array index out of bounds. It could be null pointer, it could be number format, it could be anything. Okay, so observe and conclude. So check this. So see this here. Now you are getting two details. Which two details? Which is the fully qualified name of the class? Array index out of bounds. And which is the error message? Index 5. I mean, detailed error message. Understood or lost? Yes, tell me. toString. When you say toString, what will it give you? Will it give you the error message or also the name of the exception class? It will give you both. Okay. So now the ultimate one. But here, okay, sorry. Before I go ahead, is it telling you that on which line number the code exception occurred? Is it giving you the location? Answer is no. So my standard suggestion to beginners is, not beginners, to any programmer is, if you are in the debugging phase, which is the best one to use? Answer is print stack trace. So that method is inherited all the way from throwable E dot. The method name is print stack trace. It is void returning. So don't put it in a SOP. That itself is going to put it on the errors. I mean, error console, standard error. So look at this and we stop here. So take a look at this. So check. It has entered your catch-all. Which are the three details it is giving you? The name of the exception is array index out of bounds. This is the error message, which it gets it from get message. And are you finding out which is the location? Are the details available? Answer is yes. Becomes so easy for debugging. So you can just click there and you can find out. So I'll just change this and ask you what will be the output. Last question from the first session. Solve it. So can you tell me where the try block will get aborted? Line number, please. The line number where it gets aborted, line number 10. 10 is not a correct answer. It is, I've just declared a string. Correct answer is here. So remaining try block gets aborted. Got it? Now, there's no need of writing multiple catch blocks if you don't want. So is it going to enter this catch-all block? Of course, yes. Number format exception is an exception. And can you please tell me what three things it is going to print? What will be the name of the exception? java.lang.number format exception. Then it will tell you that this string which you have given A1234 is not parsable. And the line details, which will be the line number, it will tell you line number 11. So observe and conclude. See this. So it has entered your catch-all. This is your name of the exception. This is the reason that this is the bad string. This is the unparsable string you get. All these lines are, see this, it is that internal code, Java code, system code, Java API code. So you can ignore this. And where it has hit us in our code is line number 11. So this is what is the basic try-catch keywords, your catch-all concept, little bit about your throwable API, such as get message to string and print stack trace, and understanding it. So before taking a break, I'm sending you this code. If you want to do it in your break time, you will have so many questions. So today's lab, I hope, wait a second. This Girish, question is invalid, but give me a minute. First, you read your question first, and then maybe you will understand on your own. So here, I'm sending you this. Which one? Last one? Tester one. Is that the name, tester one? Okay. So now, Girish, see, your question is so invalid. When there is only one catch-all block, is there a meaning to the statement before, begin and end, or first and the last? Tell me, Girish. Then, so, first think about it and then ask question. If there is only one single one, there's nothing like it is at the beginning or it is at the end. There's only one catch-all block which is kept. Got it? So guys, let us take a break here and we will resume at 11:05. Everyone got that code? Tester1, you got it? Tester1.java. Download it? Okay. So now I'll leave the session. We are stopping here and we'll resume at 11:05. In looking at the code sample which I had shared. So till that time, others are joining us. We'll just go through it. We'll recap and then we'll go ahead with other keywords. So which are the keywords you know for now? Try, catch, throw, and throws. So tell me, when you say try and catch, what is it you write in the try block? Business logic or exception handling code? B or E? Business logic. What is it you write in the catch block? Exception handling code, error handling code, right? That could be a debugging code or resetting certain values or giving the retry option, anything what is suitable. That's your separation. Answer the next question. Can one try block end with only single catch block or multiple catch blocks? Multiple is a very right answer. Multiple, okay, so multiple catch blocks are fine. Is there a concept of a multi-catch block? That is within one catch, can you catch multiple exceptions? Answer is yes. Which is the example line? This is that example line. So here, you could catch exactly 19, Madhuri, right? So either number format exception, array index out of bounds, or if you say something else as null pointer, for example, somebody is asking, can I have multiple? Yes. Is it really done very regularly? Answer is no. But if you want, technically, whether there will be, is it allowed or not, you can add. Next one. Instead of writing multiple such catch blocks, can I do the error handling using a single catch-all block? Answer is very much yes. And what is the argument of such a catch-all block? What will be the argument of this catch-all block? Exception. Why exception? When you say catch exception, why does it work like a catch-all block? Exception is the superclass, and as you know, yes, Girish, superclass reference can refer to any of the subclasses. Meaning, listen to this, because when you look at it, things become so easy to understand. So, for example, if I change it, observe, people are still joining. People start joining in time, otherwise you only miss the revision. So when I say 100/0, which is the exception which is going to be raised, thrown by the JVM? So here JVM will call internally throw new arithmetic exception and some error message divided by 0, right? So rest of the try block will get aborted and control will end. Can control reach? Can control go inside exception catch-all block? Yes. Why? Because arithmetic exception is a exception. Means what? Can exception type of a reference refer to arithmetic exception object? Yes. And why? Somebody already said upcasting. So are you understanding, guys? There are so many real life examples, practical scenarios where you keep using upcasting and the inheritance and polymorphism, what you have written, what you have used, what you have learned for last 3-4 days. Next one. And now there are three, I mean, there are multiple methods, but basically I'm talking about three methods. So if you want to just give the end user client only the error message, which method will you use? From that, it is all inherited from throwable. So which method you will use just to want to display the error message? Get message, very right. If you want to display the name of the exception class and the error message, what will you use? ToString. And if you want to use the complete, if you are a developer and you're still developing your application, then what is it you'll use is print stack press. What is the return type of a print stack press? Void or non-void? Void. So can you place it in a system.out.println? Of course not. If you try to put, somebody said yes, Sagar. Of course not. How can a system.out.println method does not accept a void? That is why I've written e.printStackPress. So this is where we had stopped earlier. And just before before I proceed to another keyword, finally. So tell me, listen to the question carefully. In this given code, if I comment this try and the corresponding catch block, will I get compiler error or no compiler error? Answer is no compiler error. Tell me why. Yes. So answer is any of the exception, if you check, arithmetic exception, number format, null pointer, AOB, etc. They are all of which type? Are they the checked exception variety or unchecked exception variety? Answer is unchecked exception variety. And what is the one liner you have to remember? Compiler forces the handling of which exceptions? Checked exceptions. And since it is all unchecked exception, compiler doesn't force the handling of it. Which are the two ways? If it is an example of a checked exception, such as interrupted exception, you'll see parse exception, and so many you're going to see IO exception, socket exception, connect exception, class not found exception, etc. Those are the examples of a checked variety. So who will force you to handle the exception? Compiler. So can you tell me what are the two ways for satisfying the compiler? There are two ways you can take. One of these ways you can take. So one is the, okay, I'll ask you. If you want to do the actual handling so that code can continue, what should you use? Try and catch block. Very right. But if you just want to delegate the exception to the caller, telling the compiler that I'm not handling it, but my caller will handle it, you have a throws keyword. Okay, so this is what we have heard, and wait for another half an hour or whatever. And when we put it all together in our own custom exception, everything will be clear. Okay, so let us proceed to another keyword. So we have done the part of it. Now we are continuing. So I'm talking about another keyword in Java whose name is finally. So what is finally? Finally is a keyword in exception handling. Like how we have try, catch, throw, throws. I'm discussing finally. So when you say finally, again it is a block. Like how we have a try block. You have a catch block. You have a finally block. And what is the speciality of the finally block? Whatever code you write in the finally block is always called. So how do you say professionally? Finally block always survives. There's no guarantee that entire try block will work or every time catch will get called, but finally gets called all the time. There is an exception. There is only under one condition it will not get called. So except system.exit 0. So what is system? Name of the class. What is exit? Name of the method. So when you say system.exit, 0 is for healthy return. You are terminating the process. You are terminating the JVM. So tell me, after you terminate the application, if you say system.exit 0, will finally code get called or will it not get called? Called or skipped? C or S? Answer is skip. So because after you are killing the process, after you are stopping the process, nothing can get called. Okay. So when I say finally block always survives, what I mean is in the presence or absence of errors, it will still get called. Best is, of course, to see with example. So first I will tell you the valid syntax, and then we will solve the example. So here, see the combination. So what is it we are having? Try followed by catch all, and then you write your finally block. Okay. So is this a valid and as in legal syntax? 100% yes. So let's solve it. I'll give you I'll give you an example. Actual example, coding example in a minute. I'm just asking you. Suppose there are no errors in this try block. Can you tell me what will be the execution flow? I'll repeat my question. People have not yet joined. Now it is almost 11:15. So guys, join in time. You miss out so much and then you get confused. Coming back to the question, suppose there are no runtime exceptions here. Can you tell me the flow of execution? I'll ask you. Will the entire try block get called? Will it get executed? Answer is yes. Will it enter this catch-all block? It's a yes or no question. Of course not. If there is no runtime error, what is there to catch? It is like throw and catch. You know, you're throwing a ball, you're catching a ball. So likewise, JVM is throwing the exception in the code. But if there is no exception, what is there to catch? So this will be skipped. But the real question is, will finally block be called? Will finally be executed? Answer is yes. You understand? So what will happen is entire try block and final. Now the next question. Suppose you have written something like 10-liner or 100-liner try block and you got the runtime error on the 50th line. You know, it could be null pointer, it could be IO, I don't care. So tell me, will the remaining part of the try block be called or will it be skipped? Of course, skip means aborted. So now answer the question. Will it enter this catch-all block? Of course, yes. Catch-all itself says catch any exception, be it checked, be it unchecked. And in that case, will finally be called? Answer is 100% yes. I told you. Finally is always called in the presence or the absence of exception. Understood the flow? We are going to confirm it with examples soon. Next one. So now see this. Is this legal? See, what was it here? It was a catch-all block. So now I'm saying, suppose I say try, catch only null pointer exception, and then finally, again legal. Okay. You can have try multiple catches and finally again legal. Okay. So you should understand that much. So now tell me, listen to the question. I'm saying, suppose there is in this try block, there is a null pointer. You already know the flow. Remaining try block will get aborted. Will it enter the matching catch clause? Yes. And will it call finally afterwards? Yes. Now I'm going to ask you interesting question. So be with me. Suppose in this try block, the exception which was raised was a arithmetic exception. I'll repeat my inputs. Suppose I'm going to show you all. Suppose the exception was raised here as the arithmetic exception. So please tell me, try block will get aborted. Can it enter this catch block? Answer yes or no. Of course not. Everyone knows that. Will it call? Okay. So will it call finally in this case when the exception is not serviced? Answer is yes. Okay. But guys, now tell me, listen to the very important statement. So after this finally is executed, is your exception serviced or not yet serviced? Answer is not yet serviced, which is the only block which can service, which can handle the exception is your catch, matching catch. So after that, what will happen? Exception is still raised high. So JVM will check. JVM can, unwind the stack frames and all that. And JVM will check, have you given any matching catch clause after this? And if there is no matching catch clause, what will JVM do? JVM will abort the code. Yes, JVM will supply the default handler, very right. And what is the job of the default handler? Aborting of the code. You understand me? So the point I'm trying to make is finally does not handle the exceptions. Finally, just for, writing the code, which is going to get called always. When I take you further in Java, you're going to learn with me Java database connectivity, JDBC. So from Java application, we will be connecting to the underlying database, be it Oracle database, be it Postgres, it could be your MySQL, anything. But what we want is, before the application is over, do you want to keep that database connection hanging open, or would you like to close it? Simple common sense based question. Of course, you would like to close it. Otherwise, soon you will run out of those database connections. Okay. So is there any code which can always execute finally? So this cleaning up of the resources, anytime there is some code which you have to call, you can always put. So use case of finally is cleaning up of resources or calling certain code, which will definitely get called. You got me? So you understood this part also. Now I'm saying, is this a legal syntax? Means what? Can try block end with just finally? Answer is yes. It is also legal. What I've given is all the legal syntaxes. So here, listen to this. So your try block, suppose there is no error, entire try block will get called, followed by finally. If there is some exception, the partial try block will get aborted. Some part gets called, some will get aborted. Will it call finally? 100% yes. But is the exception serviced yet? Of course not. So exception is still raised high. So after that, JVM will check, is there any matching catch clause? If the answer is yes, it will call that matching catch clause. Otherwise, default handler will abort the code. So this is what is all about finally. What is it called? Finally keyword. Let's use it. And we are going to make a lot of variations so that you'll understand everything. So here, just a second. So let's try this out. So here, I've got you some code. Just give me a minute. I'll just make the changes. You're supposed to look at it. Yeah. So here, start looking at the code. I'll be sharing it version by version. The moment I finish discussing first version, I'll give you that. So you can parallelly have it. Or why don't I share it right away? I'll give you this code immediately. So those who are trying out parallelly can just add it under their SRC tester, and you can work with me. When you are working parallelly, when you are having the code in front of you, you have a different level of clarity. So anyway, start. So here I'm just explaining the code. SOP1. Nothing, very simple. Then I have got a try block and the catch-all block and the finally in the main method. The code is entirely in front of you. When you look at this test me method, and since main method is calling this test me directly, what should be test me? Static or non-static method? Has to be static. Everyone knows that. See, I told you that with every passing day, you will have your better clarity in Java. You just have to be a little patient. Why you are saying static? I hope you did not read this and you are saying it this. Why? Because one static method directly call any other static method? Say yes or no question. Of course, yes. So if I remove this static keyword from here, why there is a compiler error? Or what is it I'll have to do? I'll have to first create the object of test finally one, such as test finally one, t1 equal to new test finally one, and call the method. Did not want to waste time, so I just labeled it as static. Everyone clear? Yes, you are right, Avinash, on this. Because now just you guys just take a step back and see how is your learning experience. So now you answer this. Those who answered, those who don't answer, I don't know them. I can't really talk to them. Those who keep responding, of course, I can correct them. So now see, after spending 2-3 days after static, you automatically get the answers. That way it will be throughout Java. Anyway, going ahead. So when you say test me, whose stack frame is pushed below and whose stack frame is at the top? What will be the picture of the stack? Mains ka stack. Whose stack frame will be on the top? test me followed by main. Very right. Now, so now here, come here. Why is there any problem by marking it private? Of course not. Private members are accessible in the same class. So here, can anyone tell me why there is a compiler error on line number 26? Don't tell me what is needed. I just want the why there is the right. See the whole statement. What is that whole statement? Java C forces handling of the which exception? Checked exception. Guys, get in the habit of saying these statements all the time. I'm telling you, you don't need to open too many books then. Because I'm trying to cover concept as well as hands-on. So Java compiler forces, look at my spelling, handling of the checked exception. So tell me, just take the cursor over that and it tells you unhandled exception of the type interrupted exception. So tell me, which are the two different ways of satisfying the compiler? Yes, Yash told me already. Either, see this, I have already got this try. Can try legally end with finally? Very much yes. So what is one solution? I can add here a catch and it will be regular try, catch, finally. But tell me, in a single threaded system, you will say where single threaded? We have main and garbage collector. But guys, garbage collector has its job. So in a single threaded system like ours, do you really think when this thread is sleeping, main thread is sleeping for 1 second, is there any other thread to interrupt the sleep? In short, in simple English, will you ever get an interrupted exception in such a single threaded system? Answer is no. So tell me, then in that case, suppose I say, I don't want to handle this, so what is the other way of delegating the exception handling to the caller? That's your throws keyword. So listen to my question. Okay, I'll first write it and then I'll ask you. Throws interrupted exception. So tell me, you do it. Those you are doing it with me, do it. Tell me, is the error disappeared? Has the error disappeared? Compiler error gone? Of course, yes. So now tell me, because earlier somebody was giving me a wrong answer. I don't remember who. So here, when you say throws interrupted exception, question is, who is delegating the exception handling to who? You understand W words, right? I said, who is delegating the exception handling to whom? Fill in the blanks. C to JVM means what? Java C to JVM? No. Yes. Somebody gave me a correct answer. Who is that? Mohadar, I guess. Yeah, Mohad is right. So, guys, where is this method? In which declaration? Test me. So, test me is telling the compiler, am I handling? I as in test me method. Is it handling the exception? No. So, the exception handling is delegated to the caller. But who is the caller? Who is the caller of test me? Main method. So, like he said correctly, test me is delegating the exception handling to the caller. In short, let me ask you, if there is a genuine exception, not currently, when I start you on multi-threads. So if there is a genuine interrupted exception, who is going to handle it? Is it going to be handled by test me or is it going to be handled by main? Answer is main. Not main thread, guys. You're wrong. Main method I'm talking about. Who is the caller of test me? The main method. So this is where it will be handled. So currently it was just a discussion. There is no exception here. Now, just a second. I'll just check. Okay. So so I hope you are surviving so far. So main has called test me. We removed the compiler error and all that. So will this be printed? Of course, yes. What is it I'm creating here? Array of string type of references and array objects are initialized to two strings A and BB. This will add the delay. Here I'm printing SOP SS of 0. Tell me, any exception or no exception? Quickly. Will there be any exception or no exception on this line? Simple question, simple answer. No exception. I have declared the flag initialized to false. You cannot access uninitialized variables in Java. And here if I say if flag return, so tell me, is the method going to return or is the method going to continue? R or C, return or continue? Continue, because flag is false. Guys, you don't have to say if flag double equal to false, if flag double equal to true, not required. Simply a Boolean condition. Write code accordingly. So tell me, are you going to see end of try? I'm asking you what will be the output. Will you see end of try? 100% yes. It's a normal execution, right? Tell me, will you see in methods finally? It's a yes, no question. Because that is how I can understand whether I told you is correct or not. I mean, understood or not. Of course, yes, finally always survives. Will you see method end on the console? Yes, because it's a continuation. Now the method returns, stack frame is popped out, control comes here. So now what are we looking at? This is the example of a nested try block. Where is the inner try block and where is the outer try block? Anyone? Nested means one within other. So I'm asking you, nested try blocks are also allowed. So anyone wants to tell me where is the inner try block and where is the outer try block? Inner in test me, very right. And outer in the main method. Good going, guys. Now, so tell me, when the control comes back, is it going to print back in main? Will this be printed? Will this be executed? Yes, it's a normal continuation. Is it going to enter main's catch-all block? No. Why should it go? There's no exception. There's nothing. Next one. Will it call mains finally? Of course, yes. Anytime JVM comes across a finally block, it will get executed. And will you see main over? 100% yes. It is the easiest one. Normal continuation. So confirm. Guys, be prepared. I know this is your first day in exception handling, but I'm telling you ahead of time. In your exams, in your interviews, exception handling is a favorite topic. So they give you a lot of, complex is not the one, but yes, involved. And they'll ask you what will happen, including compile time error, runtime error, or the output. So prepare accordingly. So just confirm. See, this is your starting point, SOP1. Then main called that method. So it went into methods try. I had said SOP SS of 0. So AA, first string was this thing printed. The entire try block survived. Then methods finally was called because finally is always called. It's a normal continuation. So you saw the method returning, method ending. Control came back in main. There is nothing aborting it. Mains finally gets called and main over. So tell me, is the output, wait a second, is the output and the code both clear so far? We are going to make a lot of copies of it. Line number 22, of course, Kunal, anytime. So what is 22? Okay, 22 is this. So Kunal, I think it was Kunal, right? So ask me to repeat. So here, I lost that message. Anyway, but 22 I remember. So here, tell me, which is the keyword we are using? Throws. So is throws for compiler or is it for JVM? C or JVM? Answer is it is for compiler. JVM doesn't need your help. So what is it? What is the meaning of throws keyword? I've given it in writing. So please read. Throws is a keyword meant for Java compiler. And what is the meaning? The meaning is this method test me may raise. May means possibility, not always. May raise this interrupted exception if in case of multi-threaded systems. And what is the meaning, deeper meaning, Kunal? We are telling the compiler, don't be hyper. I am not handling it. I as in whom? Test me method is not handling it, but its caller will handle it. So that is the meaning of your throws keyword. So tell me, if at all there is an exception, this exception, who is going to handle it? Test me method or main method? Answer that, Kunal. Don't say main thread, Ananya. Thread is always main. I mean, right now we don't have multi-threaded system. Is it a main method or is it a main thread? It is the main method. Understood me, Kunal? It was your question. The caller. Yes, absolutely, Yarish. Kunal, respond. Okay, great. So this was your, what do you say, draft one. So now I'm just making a copy and we'll make changes and we'll understand. Can we write finally in else part and skip the functionality? Yes. If and else, if you say, if the else part is not visited at all, then of course finally will not be called. But this is a normal continuation. People don't write else and finally there. But answer to your question is yes. Best is, guys, instead of asking me this question, you should try it in the lab. Then you get a different level of clarity. Okay, so this was one. So I'll make a change in test finally too. And let me say something here. So those I have already given you the code. So just make a one change here. Instead of saying SS of 0, just make it as SS of 10. I'll wait. You're not supposed to run it. Then that is cheating. Cheating means you're cheating yourself, nothing from me. You have to identify what will be the output. So I'll wait here for a minute. You look at it and you keep your output ready. I'll start discussion in a half a minute. I've written so many SOPs for you to test the flow. Okay, so let's start discussing. Start. Initial line is easy. Will this be printed? Of course, yes. There's nothing after that. So 1. Test me. Everyone knows that. Stack frame business. Will it print in methods try? Simple questions initially. Answer is yes. So now, here the array object is created with strings. Array of references it is. Sleeping for a while. And when it comes to this line, exception or no exception? Everyone knows. Of course, there is an exception. And which exception also you know? Array index out of bounds. So tell me, after this, remaining try block, continued or aborted? Aborted. Okay. So now, when the control comes here, is the is the exception raised or serviced? Answer is still raised. So tell me now, will it still call the finally block? Of course, yes. Finally is called in the presence as well as absence of exception. So are you going to see this output, this SOP in methods finally? 100% yes. Now tell me, method end, will it be printed or not printed? Answer is 100% not printed. Some of you are saying yes. Guys, only I said is, see, the exception is raised high. So when the exception is raised high from this line, which is the only code JVM can call, either a catch or a finally. Catch is in matching catch or finally. But have you written this line in a catch block or in a finally block? Of course not. So this code will be aborted. Okay. So once this code aborts, the control goes back to main. So tell me, will this line be executed? Will you see back in main or no? It's a yes or no. Answer is no. You are right. Why? Because exception is still not handled. So now the outer try. Are you understanding? This inner try got aborted after this. Now it is the outer try. So outer try will get aborted. In short, will this be executed? Of course not. Tell me, which is the exception which was raised? Array index out of bounds, right? So can it enter this catch-all block? In short, will you see in mains catch-all? Of course, yes. Why? Because array index out of bounds is an exception. Exception is a super type. AOB is a subtype. So of course you will see in mains catch-all. And when I say plus E, what it will call? E.toString. Which are the two details it will print? Tell me. The name of the exception and the error message. Name and error message both, not just an error message. And Then, so this will be printed. And will it enter this mains finally? Yes, finally block gets executed all the time. And after that, will code abort, or will you see this main over? Will you see this main over? Abort, somebody saying wrong answer. Guys, those who are saying abort, wake up. You have already handled the exception. Now there is no exception which is raised. Exception is serviced. So now after that, it is a normal continuation. In short, you'll 100% see main over. Confirm. See, I always give you, I think from my side, all the cases, but it can happen that you have a separate question, extra question. So that is where the lab session comes in. So I show you something, I explain something in the theory, this, take all that code, and whatever are your doubts, whatever your questions, don't just ask me verbally. You also have to take some efforts. So try it out. And after trying it out, if you don't understand, of course, we are there to help you. So confirm. So one, and in methods try, of course, works. So now, is it printing that? I'll show you the code also. You don't have to remember the code. So is it printing this end of try? Of course not. Why? Because the method has got aborted. See this. Okay, so here it doesn't print end of try, but finally is always called. Finally is the block which gets executed whether there is an error or no error. So can you see in methods finally? So continue, but it has not continued to method end because the exception is not yet handled. So it aborts this method. Control comes back here. Can it print? Can it execute the remaining try block? This is the outer try block, but has the exception serviced or is the exception still raised? Exception is still raised. So this code you don't see. Directly you see something like in mains catch-all. Just follow it. In mains catch-all, this is the name of the exception. This is the error message. And whether you have, the moment you have finally is always called followed by main over. Clear with the code and clear with the flow and clear with the finally keyword. Like I said, I might take 4 examples. You create 40 out of it. You put all your doubts, all your questions, use your today's lab effectively. Why it is in blue? That is because that is how the coloring is. Because after that exception is there, it just changes the color. So that is all about the internals about Eclipse. Don't worry about coloring. Worry about the flow. So this is your this is your, what you say, try, catch, finally, altered flow. Another copy. Take a look at this. Okay. Okay. I have done my job. You keep your answer ready. You understood what I changed? If you have my code, you can change this. I have brought it to SS1, SS of 1. Label the flag as enable the flag to true, and rest of the code is the same. You understood the changes I did? Okay, so now start. Starting point is 1. From that, test me. Will this be printed? Of course, yes. You are creating array of references. So actually there are 3 objects which get created, which you'll understand after strings. There are 2 string objects and 1 is the array holder. This is your delay of 1 second. Is it going to be, it's the sleep of the main thread. It is the main thread who is put to sleep. So will its sleep be interrupted in our single threaded system? Answer is no. So after 1 second, the code continues, the control continues. So tell me, any exception or no exception? When I say SS of 1, of course, no exception. You know why. Now, here I have said flag equal to true. So tell me, will it go into this if condition returns true? So here I'm saying return. Okay, so I'm trying to return. There's nothing to return because it's void. So I'm just saying return. So now answer the questions. So will you see end of try? It's a yes or no question. Of course not. You have asked the JVM, to return from this method execution. But the moment JVM comes across a finally block, is it going to call this finally block or is it going to skip it? Answer is it still calls the finally block. I'll tell you the practical use case. These are the things where you should be having, you should be knowing when to use it practically. In a minute, I'll explain. So this will be definitely executed because before returning, if it finds any finally block, 100% it will get called. So you will see in methods finally in a minute. Will you see method end? It's a Boolean question, yes or no. Answer is no, because practically, technically, method has returned. So only which code would get called before returning from the method is the finally. So you'll never see method end. Now control comes back. Are you going to see back in main? Yes, because there was no exception. There's no need to abort the outer try. It's a normal continuation. Will it enter catch-all block? No. Why should it be since there's no exception? Will it enter the mains finally? Yes, of course. And will you see main over? Yes, again. So first you see the output and then I'll tell you the use case. So here I have used try and finally for a purpose, with a purpose. So just confirm this first, guys. So you can see that it has entered the methods that test me try, printed the string. Then we have said if flag, which is true, return. So, but whenever before returning, JVM will of course look at the finally. Is there any finally block? Code gets executed. But is it printing in method end? Of course not. Method has returned. Control reaches back in main, no exception. Doesn't enter a catch-all block because there is no exception, but definitely calls finally. And finally, ultimately, main over. So tell me, is the flow and the output clear to all? Okay, so I was telling you the use case. So here are the use cases. Imagine your testing method, test me method is, let's say, 100 lines long. See, you have to imagine because I have not yet taken you to file handling and all. After doing all these basics, we are still in basics of core Java. First half of core Java. Second half of core Java will begin with generics and collection framework, which is 1 or 2 days away. So coming back to the point, after collection, I handle Java 8 features and then IO and then threads and or whatever. Anyway, so we are not there. But imagine we are doing the file handling and you have written a long method, 100 line long, 200 lines long method. And when you enter this method, you have opened the file. Let's say for reading, for processing, for whatever. And that long method has got multiple returns. If this condition, return. If that condition, return. In short, you have got multiple return paths. And the rule, good programming rule says, before this method returns, whatever file you have opened, you have to close the file. So, if you don't use such a structure, what is it you'll have to do? Before every return statement, you'll have to say file.close. So tell me, writing this, closing this file device 20 times before each return statement is good, or closing it just once sounds good? Of course, once. Why you said throws interrupted exception? I don't know. It was off track completely. Sometimes you write chat messages which are totally off track and I don't understand you then at all. And then, of course, I can't answer you. Anyway, so come on track, be on track. So here, how do you reduce those 20 file.close to 1? Easy, 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 busy. So you simply add the entire method code in a try with finally block. And what will you write in the finally block? Anyone? In finally block, already Pushkaraj gave me the answer. Close the file handle. Okay. So are you seeing the practical use case of it? So that is when you can definitely use try with finally. Typically, you will see finally code is used for cleaning up of the resources as well as, closing the resources, cleaning up. So this was your one more flow, one more example. Let me make another copy. Easiest one. So I'll just make a very small change. Okay, so I have done my change. I have talked about it also. Let us solve it together. So starts with 1. Control goes to test me. Prints in methods try. Here the array object holding 2 array references is created, sleeping for 1 second. And here when I say SS of 1, exception or no exception? No exception. Somebody again wrote something. Later, Akash, wait, I'm not yet done with this. And when you say you do that, instead of I would say you also do that. Okay, because everything, if I tell you like spoon feeding, how will you understand? I've taken that case, by the way, already. I've discussed it verbally. Anyway, Akash, you are breaking the flow. So wait. So your SOP, your whatever, 1. So this will print BB. Here I have enabled the flag to true. And here I'm saying if flag system.exit.0. So is flag true or false? True. So is it going to call this line system.exit0? Of course, yes. So now tell me, will it execute end of try? No. Will it execute the methods finally? Of course not. So what is happening here? Just take the cursor there. Here, you just take, that is why I'm insisting, guys. You don't just log in with your mobiles or not this. You log in with your desktops, laptops. So when I give you instruction, you will be able to follow it. For example, Akash told me make the 10 and say. So I would say that you try it also parallelly. What stops you from trying? Anyway, so here exit means terminates the currently running JVM. So what is it you are terminating is the process. So tell me, after system.exit0, can any code continue or will the entire application stop? So nothing can get continued. So this was the easiest of the lot. So check please. So you can see after that, can you see this? So this BB was the last line and the application, your JVM has terminated. You got me? Okay, so I'll take the last example as Akash is this, and I'm going to ask him what will happen. So I'll just make a last copy. But more such questions, try it out yourself, guys. You have ID, you have a lab session. So why don't you try it yourself? So the last one I'm taking for this. So here I'm saying it doesn't matter really. Okay. So here's, he said, suppose anything. Akash, tell me, because it was your question. I remember, I hope I'm not taking a wrong name. So start with, not just him, everyone should participate. So first is 1. We have already discussed all this, so I don't know why there was a confusion, but still. Next one, it calls test me. So start participating. Will it print methods try? Of course, yes. Array is created, sleeping for a while. Tell me, at this point, I've taken this. What will be the exception? Array index out of bounds. Are you understanding, Akash? I think we had handled it already earlier, so I am seriously lost. So now in that case, what will happen, Akash? Will it execute the remaining code? Yes or no? Of course not. Try block gets aborted. Will it call in methods finally? Whether there is an error or no error, of course it will call. Will it print? Okay, so this is yes. Will it print method end? Of course not. Why? Because the method, see, which is the only code JVM can call when the exception is raised high, either the matching catch clause or finally, and you have not written it in anything. So method end won't be there. Now the control, what do you say, comes back. Is it going to print back in main? No, because now the outer try gets aborted. Of course, it will go to mains catch all, mains finally, and main over. Was this your question, Akash, or did you mean something else? And I did not understand you. I'm talking to Akash because you had asked me something, make it SS10 or something. Not getting any response from Akash. So this I had already handled in one of the earlier examples. Confirm. It just takes you a minute when you are sitting with the ID. Methods try. End of try you're not seeing. Enters finally. But after finally it cannot continue to method end. The method is aborted. It enters into the outer tries catch-all, which tells you all the details, the name and the reason, and means finally. Now the exception is handled. So now it enters, finally is anyway called, and code continues. Are we understanding the flow? The code and the output? Yes, tell me, everyone. Because I yet to see Akash's response. Okay, I don't know whether is there or not. Anyway, so this was your about finally. So now let us look at the what is it called? Next concept of try with resources. Next syntax of try with resources. So let me just open something. I am going to write it fresh, but I just want to ask you something. That's not there. I just want some code where we have got, our scanner. Okay, great. So here what I'm saying. Vinod, I already warned you for such cases, not you, everyone. Vinod, Shraddha, I have already answered lot of doubts, lot of queries. You also try few things in the lab session. I'll be there in the lab session and you show me that this is the code and we'll discuss more. I cannot delay this discussion further. So write down. I think sir also has told you. Write down the questions, copy paste it in some notepad. Try to solve it on your own when you enter the labs. But if you cannot fix it, then you have myself as well as other faculties. So note down the extra questions and ask me later, not now. So tell me, in this case, what is it we have done? We have opened the scanner. And as usual, since scanner is holding the resource system.in, what is it is, we have to close the scanner in between, not in between, towards the end of the application. So now let me ask you a question. If suppose in between, you gave the invalid input. See, it is looking for a price, which is, we have written sc.next double. And you type the price as ABC123. Tell me, what will happen? Answer that. You will get a not number format. Come on, it's a scanner. So you just take the cursor here and you'll see it will give you throws input mismatch exception. Okay. So in that case, listen to this. If you give the wrong input, exception is raised. So my question is, in that case, will the scanner get closed or will it stay open? Closed or open? It will stay open. So is there any way where I guarantee, where I ensure 100% of the times that the open scanner will always get closed? Answer is yes. So this is what you just now saw. So what will be the code here? You can wrap entire thing in a try. You can have try catch finally or simply try finally. And what will you write in the finally block is sc.close. Everyone understood the statement? You got it? Okay. But I'm saying from JDK 1.7 onwards, if you just want to write a finally block in the same scope means try catch finally or try finally, you have a shortcut. And that shortcut is called try with resources. So read this. First I'll explain from the concept and then we'll use it as usual. So here, what is the topic we are discussing? Try with resources. So now read carefully and you will see there is everywhere, now and then you are going to think in interfaces. That is why we spent almost like 1.5 days on interfaces. So read this. From Java SC7, that is JDK 1.7 onwards, Java has introduced a new interface. What is the name of the interface you are looking at? Auto closable. See the suggestive name, auto closable. Okay. So what does it represent? Auto closable represents the resources which will be automatically closed when they are no longer required. Sounds complicated? Give me 5 minutes. We will use it and you'll see how easy it is. So just wait for a while. Now, the moment I say auto any interface, what are the typically two things which we add in the interface? Which are the two things you expect in the interface? This is a revision of interfaces. No. Data members and methods. So with data members, what are the three implicit keywords we have? Public, static, final. And with methods, which are the two implicit keywords you have? Public and abstract. Okay. So now I'm telling you there are no data members there. There is one method. Of course, it is public and abstract. And that method is close. So which is that method? Public void close includes in the throws class throws exception. And that is typically used for closing file handles, socket connections, database connections, or your any resources scanner, including that whatever system.in. So now listen to this carefully. You don't know about these classes. Java.io have not taken yet, but you know scanner. So scanner has already implemented this interface. So at this point, without Java docs, do not continue. So open the Java docs, please, and look for scanner class. This has to be done from Java docs. So open and look for scanner. I hope everyone is following my instructions. Have you opened the Java docs, everyone? Because without that, all you feel is confused, and then you have so many unnecessary questions coming up. Instead, if you focus a little bit, you yourself will understand what is happening. So look for java.util.scanner. So it will take you to class. And now tell me, can one class implement one single interface or multiple? Multiple interfaces. And can you see, what do you say? Ignore closable and iterator, that we will handle later. But can you see that scanner class has implemented auto closable interface? So tell me, can I say scanner is auto closable? Scanner is auto closable? Yes, it is a relationship. So now click on auto closable interface. This is how I'm going to show you Java, or this is how a standard, this is how any technology has to be understood, with the API documentation, with the concept, and then the implementation. So here, this is your auto closable interface. You can see there are so many sub interfaces. Ignore that. Come down and you will see all these. There are tons of classes who have implemented auto closable interface. So search for scanner. It's all alphabetical. Alpha this. So you can see the scanner has implemented it. Understood so far? Now come down. And this is the what is it, description. I have just written it in my README in simple English. So read this carefully. It is little higher level English, but still I'm sure you will understand it. You read that. So I told you it's a little bit complex English, but still you can manage. So auto closable interface, they say auto closable object. So tell me, can interfaces be instantiated? Can you create the instance of the interface? No. So what do they mean by auto closable object? They mean implementation class instance. So tell me, which is the interface and which is the implementation class we are talking currently? Which interface and which implementation class? Interface is auto closable. And Ragini, you are right. When you say implementation class is scanner. So here, of course, there's not only scanner. I told you there are so many. Currently focus on scanner. So to say, it represents the object which hold the resources, which could be file handle, socket handle, database connection, system.in, some device, printer device, anything. Now read this. This is the most important statement. So, who is going to automatically call the close method and when? I always ask questions as W questions. So the answer of who is JVM. So JVM is automatically called the close method of scanner. I'm talking about current auto-closable scanner. It is going to automatically call the scanner's close method whenever you are exiting from, not from try block. There is a special block syntax I'll show you. Try with resources. So I'll repeat my question and the answer. Who is going to invoke which method and when? Who is going to invoke? Answer the question of who? JVM. Which method? Close. Whose close method? Whatever you have opened in auto-closable. Currently, we are going to open scanner because you don't know any buffered readers and print writers and all. So currently scanner, whatever you opened. And from try block or a separate block called as try with resources block, answer is try with resources. And this is little hard English. This ensures prompt release. So what they are trying to say is, this will definitely ensure your device handles, file handles, sockets, database connection will be promptly closed. So it won't cause any further errors. So this is the meaning of that auto-closable interface. And if you scroll down, you will see it contains a method close. And this is for closing these resources. And what is the English meaning of relinquishing? Relinquish means release. Okay, release any underlying resources. Okay, so this is what it is. So once you have the try with resources block, you don't need to write a try, catch, and finally to close the resource. That can be done automatically by JVM. So lesser the code, better for us. So now finally look at the syntax. How do you write this syntax? So here, syntax of try with resources block. Everyone knows try syntax by now. So after the try keyword, you add round brackets, parenthesis. And from this parenthesis, can you open only single auto-closable resource or multiple? Answer is multiples can also be opened. Today, I'll not show you multiple. Today, you'll be happy with one resource, which is scanner. Let us reach advanced concepts, files, database handling and all that. Then I can show you more. So this is your try with resources block. This is your catch-all. So this is your exception handling code. And then I don't have to write the finally also. So can anyone tell me when the try with resources block is getting over, who will call which method? Answer is JVM will automatically call this auto-closables close method. So I have given the example also. Try with resources. Here I am opening scanner, semicolon. I can open the file handling related. This is for text data handling and all that. All that will be covered in file handling. And can you tell me, just look at this. How many resources are we opening here? 1 or 2? Answer is 1, you are saying, Sandeep. Answer is 2 here. One is scanner holding your system.in standard input and other one is file reader. File reader is another class. And now at this point, can you tell me that which will be the methods called by the JVM? Which method will be called by the JVM? Yes, please. At the end of the try with resources, which method will be called? No. Which method I said? Close method. So first it will call fr.close. The last open resource will be close first. So here it will call fr.close and then it will call sc.close. So now let's confirm this, whether you have understood this at all. So here I'm suggesting always use the latest syntax. So if you want to write just a finally block just to clean up the resources, instead I would suggest don't write finally, then use try with resources. So let me create an example. Tester. I hope you have got the feel of when I say revise. Each and every code sample you have to go, and there are a lot of comments and there is a readme also. So revise properly. So here, create scanner class instance using try with resources syntax, try with resources block. So understand this. So what is the syntax? You have your try and followed by round brackets. Okay. So if you just write that, of course, there will be error. So what should I add here? Anyone wants to tell me what is the code I should add here? What should I open here? I can create instance of any class which has implemented autoclosable. So which is the class currently which has implemented autoclosable? Scanner. So here I have got scanner. SC, you have to declare and create the resource within the try with resources block equal to new scanner. Okay, so this will be it. And then you can use the scanner, of course. So I'm just using something. Enter, let's say something. Enter complete name. So enter your complete name, as in first name. If you want to give the middle name, last name, whatever, enter your complete name. And I want to add a hello after that. This is scanner. This has nothing to do with that. I just have to show you the example. And I want to print hello followed by user's complete name. So which method should I use? Yes, Mohad, you're right. Which method you should use for reading the complete name? sc.next or sc.next line? Of course, sc.next line. So here, next line does the job. And now see this. Here, there's no exception, but anyway, I'll show you the exception part also. So can anyone tell me, have I added anything such as a catch block here? Only try with resources. This is a popular question. They give you this code and ask you, compile time error or no? Of course, there is no compiler error because try with resources is equivalent to which one? It is a combo of which two? When I say try with resources, it is a combination of which two? Try plus finally. So, okay. So now tell me, when you are ending your try block, try with resources block, what will JVM call? You know this. JVM automatically calls. Yes, please. Which classes, which method? Scanner's close method. So do you have to write that finally block and clean up your resources? Not really required from Java 7 onwards. But if you want in a finally block, some counters to be reset, some business action to be taken, you still have to use the finally. But if you are using finally only for closing the resource, here the better option is try with resources. And just for your understanding, I'm saying main over. So this is a 100%, what is it called? Legal syntax. But generally you will see the main method is the starting point of your application. You know that. So here, typically the norm means design practices catch all different type of exceptions. So tell me, can I end this try with resources block with a catch-all? Possible, legal or not? Of course, Mohad, that itself should tell you. You understood what Mohad wrote. You are not getting a warning. How will you get a warning? Because that is a proof of concept, Mohad, that this scanner is getting closed automatically. So I don't have to convince you otherwise. You can yourself find it out. Okay, I was saying something else. Yeah, I was asking you, can I end it with, can I attach a catch-all block to it? Of course, yes. So legal syntax is here, and here I can write SOP and simply E. You know, E calls E.toString. So if there is any error, currently with next line, you will not get any error. So I'll change slightly and I'll show you. So tell me the flow. So start with the flow. Here, scanner class instance is getting created in a try with resources block. Can you tell me the line number where the scanner will get closed or where the scanner will go out of scope? Line number, please. Already there is an answer here. Everyone is clear? So at this point, the try block is over. Scanner scope is over. So what will JVM do? JVM will automatically call the close method because scanner cannot be used hereafter. And then can I have the catch-all block? Of course, yes. So scanner device, all the devices are closed. If there is an error, it will enter this and then main will be over. So first I'll show you without error and then I will force some error. So for example, I say my first name, middle name and this. Okay. I mean, weird it is, but still. So the point is here, has the scanner been closed? Of course, yes. Now let me introduce the error. Okay. Enter a number. Okay. So here that number can be integer number, double number. So I'm saying you entered. Sorry. So very simple code. I'm not showing. The whole focus is on auto closability or that try with resources. So here. So I'm saying here. And now user is asking me to enter. Sorry. My code is asking the user to enter the number and I added that. So tell me, keep the code and the output in front of you and tell me. So here at this point, are you going to get an exception or no exception? You are going to get exception. Which exception, please? Input mismatch exception. Very right. So after that, see, I'll add one more SOP. It is very important to trace the flow. So here I'm saying end of try. So will this get printed end of try if I give the wrong input? Of course not. I'll run this again. So now tell me, at this point, what will happen? Is scanner going to get closed or is it going to be open? In the case of exception, will it be closed? 100% yes. Because the moment you reach the end of the try with resources block, first JVM will do is close the scanner. Will it enter this catch-all block? Of course, yes. Input type mismatch is an exception. So it will enter and then it will print main over. So what I'll do is I change the code. So I'll just run this again. See that? So suppose I say AB and here I'm entering the number which I'm not entering. Observe. So which is the exception which was detected? Input mismatch exception, and still the code continues. But that's not a big point. The bigger point is my scanner left open or has it been implicitly closed? O for open, C for closed. It has been closed. So I hope you understood the worth of try with resources. And of course, when I give the correct this, something as a number, int can be automatically promoted to double. So I should not have errors. So it says int promoted to double, end of try and main over. So tell me guys, is auto closable interface, its implementation class scanner, and the meaning of this try with resources block clear or unclear? Of course, you won't get, don't expect, I'm telling you, don't expect 100% clarity when I'm showing you. You have to revise it. You have to add. Vinod was asking me, Shraddha was asking me. I remember 2 names. You could be other 20 also. You could be having so many doubts that what will happen if I do this. So try it in your code and then we have a very interesting conversation. When you have seen it and then you are still confused, we will continue with this discussion in the lab. So what all you have seen so far? Which all keywords you have seen so far? Tell me the list of keywords you have seen. I'm waiting for your answer. All these keywords for the exception handling, not all Java keywords. Exception handling related. Okay. Yes. You have seen try, catch, throw, throws, and finally. And last one you saw was try with resources. You got me? So now we are going to apply all these things learned and something more. Unless and until you apply to your real situation, you don't understand things. Okay, so here, I'll just give me a second. Oh, I removed it from here. Anyway, so here we are entering something called as custom exceptions. So don't worry about what is custom exceptions. I'll give you a scenario. I'd written it in yesterday's this, thinking that we'll cover it yesterday. So anyway, so here I'm giving you the objective. Objective means challenge, task. So here, accept speed of, it's a validation, speed of a vehicle. Accept speed of vehicle from user. When I say user, of course, what I mean is scanner. Okay. And suppose this vehicle is running on a highway. Okay. So this highway has a speed limit. You know, all the roads typically have speed limit. In India, we typically have the higher side limit, maximum speed. But if you talk about abroad, foreign countries, they have a minimum limit also. And I mean higher limit and a lower limit. So I'm just taking that. So here I'm saying, since the highway is for, moving the traffic fast, okay, not beyond something. So here I'm saying the minimum speed you have to drive is, let's say, something like 30, some this. And max speed is, let's say, 80 kilometers per hour, I'm saying. In our case, we have kilometers per hour. We don't have miles per hour and all that. So here, if the vehicle is running within 30 or 40, is it well within the range or is it outside the range? Simple questions I'm asking. It is well within the range. So continue. Don't catch. I mean, we are talking about traffic police and all that, patrolling and all that. But if the speed is less than 30, what will happen? You will clog. You will block the traffic. There will be so much of a spillover. Okay. So if the speed is less than 30, you will be causing a traffic jam, congestion. Or if the speed is greater than 80, your tires can burst, you can cause the accident, you can hit, you may not control your vehicle and you can cause accidents. So in these cases, should the driver be allowed to continue driving, or should he be stopped and taken aside and given him a ticket as in some this? Of course, he should be stopped. Everyone understanding? Very simple scenario. I cannot think of anything simpler than this. Okay. So now I'm asking you a question. So tell me, do you think like how JVM can detect a null pointer? JVM can detect and throw array index out of bounds. Or JVM can detect and throw your number format exception, interrupted exception. Do you think, apply your common sense and tell me, do you seriously think that JVM is smart enough to understand our range of the speed and throw the exception on its own? Are you understanding what I'm saying? 100% answer is no. So here, what happens is programmer comes in. So listen to the next statement. JVM uses throw keyword for throwing, for raising system exceptions, built-in exceptions, or user-defined exceptions. Pick up a choice. I said, I'll repeat the question. Question itself is not clear. So I said, JVM will use throw keyword to throw built-in exceptions such as null pointer or your array index of out of bounds or whatever. Or will it use the throw keyword? JVM, I'm saying JVM will use the throw keyword for throwing your own out of range, speed out of range exception. Answer is, guys, of course it will detect. JVM is limited in intelligence. It just understands arithmetic exceptions, null pointers, the built-in system exceptions. So many of you said this thing. How would you say user defined? So I have to like explain here. First day means yesterday itself I showed you. Look at this. So here, take a minute to understand, because most majority gave me a wrong answer. Tell me, this arithmetic exception, array index out of bound, null pointer, file not found, etc. Are these the built-in system-defined exceptions, or are these the custom you-defined exception? Of course, these are the built-in exceptions. So under the standard errors, built-in exceptions, of course, JVM will automatically detect the error and use throw followed by the instance of that suitable exception, and it will throw it to the code. So I'll ask this. These are all the popular questions people ask you. So once again, I'll try. JVM will automatically use throw keyword to throw, as in raise, user-defined exceptions, which are called as custom exceptions, or built-in exceptions, which are called as system exceptions. Are you realizing the meaning? Of course, built-in. So tell me, in this situation, can I rely on the JVM, or will programmer have to throw the exception? Who will be detecting these errors? Programmer or JVM? Answer is programmer. Are you understanding it? And that is where we start the last and the important topic of user-defined exceptions, as called as custom exceptions, application level exceptions. Okay, so such an error is beyond the JVM. JVM doesn't understand. How can JVM this? If you go to say, let us say, what is it called? I mean, this is a free, okay, this is a highway. Suppose you have a freeway which has 6 lanes here, 6 lanes there and all, then the speed limits can change. So you cannot rely on JVM. You will have to do this. So must be handled. So, sorry, I'll say this. In case of speed outside the range, what is it? Who will have to pitch in? JVM cannot detect these errors. So programmer will have to detect the error, create system exception. I should create. Should I say throw new null pointer exception if my speed is outside the range, or should I create my own exception? I'll repeat the question again because sometimes my English is causing the problem. I said, in this peculiar situation, what would you prefer? Two options. Throw new arithmetic exception, array index out of bounds exception, null pointer, as in system built-in exceptions, or should we create our own custom exception for that? Of course, you should create your own exception. Why? Because, see, if you say throw new arithmetic, it will work. But guys, arithmetic means division by 0. Null pointer exception means you are trying to refer it via null. So it is all wrong coding. Okay. So programmer will have to detect the error, create instance means object, instance of user defined exception class. How to create user defined exception class? After 10 minutes break, create the instance of user defined exception class, and just creating the exception class instance is sufficient, or will you have to throw it to the code?
Throw.
You will have to. You're not supposed to unmute during the theory session, so please mute yourself. So you will have to explicitly throw the exception, throw custom exception to the code. And you see, when I talk in English, it takes so much of a time. Talk in Java, think in Java, and it reduces the complexity so much. So we are going to come back after 10 minutes and we are going to develop this whole thing. So if the speed is out of bounds means less than mean speed or greater than max speed, what is it we are going to write? Use the same keyword. Earlier, JVM was using it for throwing system exceptions, built-in exceptions. Now we will create our own exception and throw it. So throw instance has to be created. And we will give a always suitable name. So what is it? Speed out of range or speed out of range or whatever. I mean, give always the correct this. Correct means meaningful name. And if it is less than 30, what is the alert you should give to the programmer? Drive slower or drive faster? Pick up the speed or decelerate? I mean, apply brakes. Of course, drive faster. So you can give an appropriate message. You are too slow, causing the traffic jam and all. Pick up the speed, or shift to the leftmost lane and whatever. You can decide whatever rude or whatever polite error messages you can give. Are you understanding it? But if it is, he is a rash driver, he or she is a rash driver, and she's speeding beyond 80, 100, 120, whatever. So naturally, you don't have to create another exception. Same exception class can be instantiated. And this time, what will be the error message? You are too fast, which is the feedback you gave me. So you are too fast, slow down. Or you can cause a traffic. You can cause a, what is it called? Accidents and all. So tell me, before I give you the break, will you find this exception class in the Java docs? Of course not. So first step or the zero step after we come back is we will have to create a class which is a custom exception class. And then we will write our business logic where we will check the speed. And if the speed is hitting the boundaries, we will throw the exception. So now, who is going to throw the exception? Programmer. But who is going to manage the exception handling, as in aborting the code, looking for the catch clause and continuing? Answer is still JVM. So guys, it is not like we have abandoned or we are doing everything on our own. Only tiny thing you are doing is you are detecting your business logic failure or validations or range and all that. And the remaining part is still managed by the JVM. I'll take one small other example and we'll stop here. Suppose I ask you, let me think. Suppose I ask you to give me the customer registration form. For any website which you develop, suppose customer user wants to register and avail the facilities. It could be as simple as flight reservation system or banking system, anything. And in that registration form, you are asking the customer's email. And by mistake, customer gives the email ID as ABC. So tell me, is ABC a valid email format? Of course not. Everyone knows basic email this. So at least I should say abc@gmail.com or whatever. So in case user gives you the invalid email format, which does not have @, which doesn't end in .com or .org or .net or whatever something, do you think seriously that JVM will detect this error? Yes or no? Of course not. So what is it you programmer will have to do? You will have to detect this error. That is where we will do the string handling today, tomorrow, let's see. And if the string is not a valid email ID, you will have to say throw new invalid input exception or invalid email exception or something and throw it to the code. But again, who is going to abort that particular block and go to the catch block and finally, etc.? Still the answer is JVM. So tell me, is the need, is the reason, is the requirement of custom exceptions clear? JVM can only understand basic built-in system exceptions. JVM doesn't understand your validation rules or the business logic failures and all of that. So for that, you have to pitch in and help the JVM by throwing the throwing the exception. So it's a good time to take 10 minutes break. After you come back from the break, we are going to develop this small, simple scenario and you will have the revision of throws, custom exception and all of it together. In 10 minutes, we'll resume. we are talking about the last topic in exception handling. And the requirement I'm giving you, the first requirement has to be simple and easy, but that will definitely give you the idea about how to create custom exceptions and everything. And then similar thing, I'll get it done with some yesterday's assignment. You are solving that student related. So we'll integrate exception handling to that. It will be a continuation. So don't worry about lab exercise. So here, as I explained already, if the speed of the vehicle exceeds this range, will it be detected by the JVM or not? I'm just trying to reconnect with you. So respond faster. Answer is it won't be. So you have to pitch in. I mean, you have to write the code. Programmer has to write a code. We'll have to check, detect the error means we'll check the boundary condition. And if it is really out of the bounds, out of the range, we will be creating the instance of user-defined exception class. So naturally the zeroth step will be, or the first step will be, we will create our own user-defined is equal to custom or application level exception class. And we will have to explicitly throw this custom exception to the code. So till now, JVM was implicitly using the throw keyword to throw custom exceptions or built-in exceptions. B or C. Answer is built-in exceptions. Give me a few examples of built-in exceptions, please. Null pointer, arithmetic, number format, input mismatch, interrupted exception, file handling exceptions, etc. So those exceptions will be managed, will be created and instantiated and thrown by the JVM. But if you have a business logic failure, validation errors or whatever, we will be creating a class and then that will be used for, we will be using it. I've given you the example, throw new for instantiation because throw is followed by the instance of throwable and here speed out of range or whatever the name of the class you create. So this is what we are going to do it in the as the immediate this. So I'll give you in steps. So please refer to these steps whenever I give you, whenever you are revising. So what will be the first step? First step will be create custom exception class. Okay. So first step in the whole discussion is how to create this custom exception class. So let me first answer. Let me give you the syntax of throw already. Already I have given the things. I'll tell you from the steps, but I'm looking for something else. So if you see the throw syntax, just a second. So the syntax of throw is here. So the syntax of throw is the keyword you know, and what follows later is the throwable instance. So everyone knows what is throwable. It is the superclass of your exception handling hierarchy. So I have given you certain examples to give you the correct concept. So if you say throw new null pointer exception, there won't be any Java compiler error because can you say null pointer exception is a throwable? Yes, everyone knows the hierarchy. That much of the memory, that much of the remembering you have to do. Throwable, extended by exception, extended by runtime exception, and below that you have null pointer. If you say throw new interrupted exception, no error because interrupted exception is a throwable. Even when you say throw new throwable and some error message, no Java compiler error because you are allowed to throw anything. In the throw keyword, you can use any instance which is from the throwable hierarchy. But if you read tomorrow, throw new and account for bank account, and bank account is not extending from throwable, tell me, why will you get a Java compiler error? Simple question, simple answer. Simply account, is it throwable or not throwable? Do you think bank account class will be extending from throwable? Answer is not throwable. So you'll get a compiler error. And if you are checking the minimum balance condition and all, if you end up writing your own custom exception, account overdrawn exception. Now let me come to the point. And if you want to say funds too low, you cannot open the account or you cannot transfer this. So when you say this is going to be your custom exception, what should it be extending from? It should be under some hierarchy. So what should be the super class? Custom exception class, I have said, Ganeshwar. I'm asking you, what should it extend from? Of course, you are right. It should be throwable. But guys, you remember throwable has two branches, error and exception. So error means what? Catchable errors or uncatchable errors? Recoverable or unrecoverable? So unrecoverable. So leave throwable, leave error. Come to exception. If I say public class, my custom exception class extends from runtime exception. Tell me, what will be the type of your exception, checked or unchecked? If you create a custom exception class which extends from runtime, it will be unchecked. And guys, throughout core Java, in advanced Java, I'll say separately. Throughout core Java, you are advised to create checked exceptions. So tell me finally, what should be our custom class exception definition? Public class speed out of range exception extends from, tell me, what should be the super class ideally? Exception is the correct answer. So all of this I keep writing almost everything what I say. So here, wait a second. So read this. We are talking about the last topic, custom exceptions, which are called as user-defined exceptions or application level exception. What is the need of it? Validations. In case of validation failure, programmer will have to throw this exception class instance, not JVM. Or business logic failures, such as transferring funds. Again, programmer will have to manage. So now, what is the step one? Create a package public class which can extend from throwable, but not recommended, but allowed. Compiler will allow. Or it can be exception or it can be error. So the only recommendation is, till you are in core Java, we will create it extending from exception. So I'll say only one thing at a time and then we'll go ahead. So if you are working along with me parallelly, let's create a separate package by the name custom exceptions, and there we will write our own first exception. So day 8.2, SRC. Click on SRC. I'm creating a class and I'm creating a separate package to store our custom exception. I'm giving the package name itself as custom exceptions because I might add more. So I said plural. And now, what is it we are validating? The speed range. So don't call the class name as my exception or your exception. It's not like recommended. Give the meaning. So I've already suggested. I can say speed out of range. And typically, it ends with the suffix exception. See, all these I'm giving you as the good programming norms. Technically speaking, you can call it as public class, my class, and do that, but don't do that. Give the meaningful names. So tell me, what should be the super class here? I already said multiple times. So extends from exception. So see, the whole idea is very easy. Only for you're looking at it for the first time maybe. So sounds a little complex. You get used to it by today evening. So if you notice, if you see there is a warning appearing, and that warning is something talking about serializable class, serial version, unique ID, hear me. Because after 10 minutes, otherwise I get the same question. You are not going to understand what is serial version, unique ID today. Wait for a topic called as serialization, deserialization in IO programming. There you will understand. But suppose, so you can ignore the warning. But suppose you don't want to ignore the warning and you want to tell compiler to suppress this warning. Don't issue this warning. Is it possible? Yes. What is the metadata? How do you talk to Java tools? Annotations. So here, observe what I'm doing. Observation should be good because some of you are only coding along. Majority just looking at it. So observe. Click on this warning bulb. See, can you see this warning? So click on this. It will tell you a lot of options. So one option is, second last option is add the annotation, suppress warnings. And you can see that warning disappears. So what is it you are telling the compiler? This is to tell Java compiler to suppress which warnings? Serialization related warnings. And what is serialization? That will be covered later, much later in our IO days. When I show you input, output and all that, we will cover. So tell me, who is this annotation for? Is it a compile time annotation or is it a runtime annotation? It's a compile time annotation. When I say to tell the Java compiler, you should know that. And this is just an effort to get rid of warning. I'm saying it loud and clear. Even if you ignore, comment this, does not matter, only a warning appears. So I'm giving you full freedom. Either you use suppress warnings or just ignore the warning. Either way, it is okay. So now come to the main part. So listen to this. If I write this only as a subclass, so tell me, which is the subclass and which is the superclass? Everything revolves around inheritance and all of that. Tell me, give me the name of the subclass and name of the superclass. Exception is the superclass. And which is the subclass? Speed out of range. Everyone gets it? So you know the constructor invocation. So when I don't add any constructor, tell me, what will Java compiler supply? The default constructor. Absolutely correct. And what will be the first line of the default constructor? I've said it 20 times already. Not just super, guys. Super followed by empty round brackets. Are you getting this? So default superclass constructor it will open. Now open the Java docs and look for exception, because superclass is exception. This is how I take, and sometimes it hurts people because I take it in lot of depth. So you decide. If you want to keep it superficial, you can do it that way also. So I have taken you to the exception. And here, click on constructor. And can you tell me which constructor will be called automatically? The first one or the second one? Everyone understands it? It will call the default superclass constructor. And see the problem. The problem is it will definitely create a new exception. But what will be the error message assigned? Null or not null? Answer is null. Everyone understands it? So later in our catch-all block and all, when I try to catch that exception, and when you say SOP e.get message, will you be getting this error message or will you get just a null? You will get just a null. So tell me, is this a useful constructor? I mean, should I use this constructor or not? Should we use it or not? Of course not. So can you see the second overloaded constructor? So if I use this constructor, will I get the proper error message, detailed error message, or still null? Everyone understands, you will get a proper error message. So now the last question, can we call this superclass constructor from our class? Of course, the answer is yes. So don't tell me just yes. Tell me how. Don't give me the such answers as yes. I know it is yes. How? What is it I'll have to add here? Add override. Guys, come on. Add override is for method overriding. Constructors cannot be overridden. No, but before you say super and all, somebody gave me a correct answer. For example, Gaurav and all. Guys, here you have to add your own parameterized constructor. You have been doing this all these days. So here, see what I'm doing. I'm just typing speed. And here, tell me, how many arguments I should pass here? to this parameterized constructor 1. What should be that argument? String error message. Correct? And here, is there any way I can call that specific superclass constructor? Of course, yes. So guys who said at override, please check your understanding. Completely wrong. So here I can say super error message. This was all about constructor invocation. 100% clear? So I'm telling you, even if you comment this, your exception handling will work. But the disadvantage is you will get when you catch that error message and you say SOP catch all block and all that. And when you say e.get_message, all you will see is null. So this finishes the first step. Are we clear with the step 1? Okay. So now the next step is here. Create custom exception class. Done already. Now the next one. Now I can always write a tester class directly and write all that speed checking logic and all that in the tester class. But now you are on that 8th day in Java. So you should be able to understand the separation. In short, we are going to create a separate class. Same thing I will be asking. Same is not word. Similar things I'll ask you in today's assignment. So create a separate class and typically I'll call it as this will have the validation of speed. So I'll call the class as speed validation. You should always give the names of the classes properly. So create a separate class. For example, it is going to contain our validation rules. So let me call it as speed validation. And here we will add a method. Add a method for validating the speed. Okay. And you already know the validation ranges. So if the speed is less than 30, what should I do? Should I allow the driver to continue driving or should I throw the exception? Answer is driving. I mean, you should throw the exception. And if this driver is speeding beyond 80, throw the same speed out of range exception with a different error message. And if the speed is genuinely within the range, ask him to continue. Are you understanding it? So this is what we are going to do as the step 2. And once you separate this validation logic from the tester, things become so easy. From the tester, you just have to call this method. So the third step will be, I'll be writing it step by step. I'm just explaining. So then create a tester. Tester means what for? User interface. You will have scanner. Now you know auto closable, try with resources, everything. Use scanner. Accept the speed. And simply call. What call? Who has to call whose method for which purpose? The tester will have to call the validate speed method of a speed validation class. Are you understanding? So simply call which method? I'll call it as a different one. Speed utils maybe. It's a utility class. So typically we call it as utils or validation rules, validation utils. We always write them separately. Simply call the validate speed method. I'm going to call that as validate speed method of which class? Of the speed utils class. So how many classes are we talking about in this example? How many classes we are talking about? The first one is the one which we have already developed. See, unless until your class design is in front of you, you won't understand. So the first thing which we already developed is custom exception class. Which is that name of the custom exception class? Example, speed out of range. Exception. So this part we have done already, which is the easiest. Okay. Next one. Which is the next class we are going to write, guys? You tell me, I will write. Yes, 3 classes is very right. The speed utils. You can call it as validation rules, validation utils, speed validation, anything. I just call it as a, so here, sorry, speed utils class. Okay. So this class, we are going to add a method. Which method we are going to add? validate speed. But now, so this will be in one package. That is a spelling mistake, please ignore. So this will be in custom exception package. Here for this, we will create our own utils package and we have tester here. So tester is going to call this method. Are you understanding the method invocation? So tell me, should this method be public or non-public? The moment I say I'm going to access it outside the package, what it should be? Of course, it should be public. Anyone wants to tell me what should be the return type of this method? It's an interesting question. So I got a lot of answers. I can make it simply as void. Guys, third reason of exception handling is you don't require to return it as Boolean, indicating valid or invalid. You have JVM. So you just have to throw the exception and JVM will alter the flow. So either if you want to return the validated speed, it can be double. But initially, let me keep it as simple as nothing, no return, void, and you will get an idea. Anyone wants to tell me what will be the method argument? I'm teaching you, I'm trying to train you how to write your own APIs, how to write your methods. Anyone, tell me. What should be the method argument here? No idea. Actually, this is the easiest question. I get answer immediately. Of course, the speed. Okay, not min speed and max speed. That I will be hard coding. That I'll be settling here. The user will talk to the driver, or you have actual scanners, more portable scanner devices. So they scan your speed when your vehicle is moving past, is passing by, and that speed will be given. So int speed. You can have int speed, double speed, whatever. So I'm just keeping it simple. So this will be the method here, which we will be writing in a couple of minutes. So this method definition I have not yet discussed. I will discuss it. Now tell me, if I create it, if I write it like this, what is this method? Static or non-static? It is non-static. So if the tester wants to call this method, can it call it as speed utils.validate speed, or will it have to create the instance? It will have to create the instance. So generally norm is, guys, the utility methods such as validation rules and all, we make it static. Can I use without static also? Of course, yes. But I'm just showing you the standard practices. So these utility methods are static. Now answer. If tester wants to call, we have yet to draw the tester, this method, how will it call this method? By the name of the class. But I'm a lazy programmer. Can I just call it by name? Just the method name? Of course, yes. Don't say just import. It is wrong answer. Import static is the correct answer. So aren't we revisiting, aren't we revising all the concepts learned so far? That's how I do it. So of course, this will be public static void. And now here we will do, somebody was telling me, send the range. Don't do that. Here we will be defining min speed and max speed. So if I'm talking about a particular highway, will these be constants? Yes. So here we will be declaring those constants. So max min speed may be 30, max speed 80, whatever I mean, depending on which region, which country, which road you are talking about. Okay. So here, answer that. These data members, should they be static or non-static? Min speed and max speed, what should you label it as? Static. Why you are saying static? Your answer is correct. I'm just confirming. Why static? Wrong. Constant is not static. Constant is final keyword. You have nobody. Yes, static method. Again is saying it. Guys, I have given you all this rule. Can static method directly access non-static members? No. But can static method directly access static members? Yes. That is why we will make it static. Do you need it as a constant or not constant? Of course, you need them as a constant. So what is the keyword for constant? Final. And the moment I say final, is it read only or modifiable? Read only. So typically you use the triplet public static final. So some of you might be thinking that why she is writing it as a class and not interface, because I'm going to write a method definition here. And now answer, is there any best way, recommended way to initialize static members, static data members? Answer is yes. Don't give me yes. Give me the answer. Very good. Static initializer block. So guys, this is your revision of all earlier thing plus today's things. So here you will have static initializer block, which will initialize these constants to certain values. And then you just have to write a code. Simple boundary checking. So what kind of a code? If speed is less than, the moment you say a constant, we will have it all uppercase. So if the speed is less than minimum speed, tell me, should we continue or should we throw the exception? Of course, you should throw the exception. And what is that throw syntax? The keyword is throw. Earlier JVM was using it. Now we are using it. Followed by throwable instance. How do you create an instance? New. Which is the class you are going to use? System exceptions or custom exception? S or C, built-in exceptions or custom exception. That is the reason we created it. And then we will have speed, whatever, out of range. And tell me, if speed is less than 30, what is it you are going to give as an alert? Slow or fast? Of course, you will give the alert as slow. I will phrase it properly. So now understand. If the speed is, I'm driving, I'm a very, scared or cautious driver. And if I'm driving at 25, so here, if condition will return true. And here, when I say throw, tell me, will JVM continue the execution of this method or will the method get aborted? First, you said speed is less than 30. The method will get aborted. So forget that. I'm saying the moment you are throwing the exception, Java compiler is going to trouble you. So tell me, is this checked exception we have created it as, or is it an unchecked exception? We have created it as what? Checked or unchecked? Somebody saying unchecked, you're not putting the focus properly. The moment I say extends from exception and not extends from runtime exception, what type of exception it is? Checked or unchecked? Of course, it is a checked one. Don't say unchecked. And what is the rule? The rule is compiler forces the handling of the checked exception. So tell me, which are the two ways, either or, to satisfy the compiler? One is throws and the other one is try catch. Everyone with me? I said all these things throughout the day. I'm just putting it in a single demo. So, of course, I can add any of it. So, suppose I add try catch, fine, it will work. But this is just the beginning. Okay. So, if I tell you, when we go ahead, I have got something like, we will write multiple validation methods. Validate speed. Validate that fast tag. You know, you can't drive without a fast tag today. Validate the user's driving license, etc. So here, if you write, let's say, 10 different validation methods, tell me, how many try-catch blocks you will have to write? If there are 10 different, different validation methods, 10 try-catch block. So tell me, 10 different try-catch blocks in the method level sounds get better, or writing only one try-catch block in a centralized manner sounds better? So of course one sounds better. But guys, you have a compiler to satisfy. So is there any keyword which will allow you delegation? So tell the compiler, I am not handling it, but my caller will handle it. Of course, answer is yes. And here is where that is why I said you have a complete example coming in. So you can say throws, and what will be followed by throws? Either you can say speed out of range exception, or you can go to the super type and you can say throws exception. So see, first I'm explaining on the whiteboard, and the same things you will get a back-to-back another revision when we start coding. So this part is done. Now, if the control comes here, if the control continues here, what does it mean? Is the speed less than 30 or above 30? I mean, greater or equal to 30. Of course, it is either 30 or above. So now, should I say like continue driving, or should I check the other boundary condition? Should I do the other one? Of course, other one. Which one? Max speed. So here, if speed greater than this time, of course, I'll define it as a constant. So all uppercase. So here, if it is greater than max speed, now you should be able to follow. It's a repeat run. So what should I do here? If the driver is driving beyond 80 or beyond max speed, what should you do? Give me the next line. Throw the exception. No, don't say just too fast. You have to throw the exception yourself. So what is that? Here, you'll have to say, and this time the error message will be, you are driving too fast, you can cause, it is fatal, you can cause somebody's death, or I mean, you can cause an accident. So in this case, you are taking care of the minimum speed also, max speed also. So now tell me, there is no else required. I hope you are understanding. There's no if else thing, because the moment you say throw, JVM is going to alter the flow about the code here, about the method here. Now, if the control reaches here, is it well within the range, or is it? Yes, Madhuri, you are right. So here, I'm not looking at all the chat messages, impossible. Okay, so tell me, if the control reaches here, are we within the range or are we outside the range? Answer is within the range. So for your understanding whether it is really working or not, you can say congratulations or whatever, keep it up and all that, within the range. You can give the message. You don't have to, but for your understanding, I'm saying. Okay, so this does the this particular method. So let us write this particular class with the method, and then writing the tester takes literally 2 minutes. Understood the design and the pseudo code also completely? Okay, so now when we start writing, I'm sure you will understand it even better. So here, go ahead, D8.2, SRC, create a class. So I'm creating a separate package for storing all my utility stuff. So generally we call it as utils. When I take you to database, I'll ask you to create a package DB utils, IO utils, file utils, or whatever, collection utils and all that. Okay, and here I'm saying speed utils or speed validation, anything. So speed related all this, we'll do it here. Or you can simply give it, like I said, it's just a name, but proper name, you can say validation rules. So I'm going to give the assignment accordingly and we'll have it accordingly. So you can say validation rules, speed utils, speed validation utils, anything. Now here, let's start by define speed limits. I hope you understood why we are talking about public, because it is just going to be a constant. So you don't have to hide it. You don't have to make it private. So typically constants are given in public manner. I'm going to write a static method. Static methods can only access static members. So static. And which is the keyword for constant in Java? Final. This is not an interface. If it was written as interface automatically implicitly adds it. And then the data member int, and the norm is give all uppercase for constants. So I'm calling it as min speed. But see the problem. The moment you don't initialize it, you get a compiler error. This blank final field may not have been initialized. So I'll say ignore. Where are we going to, where are we going to initialize it from? Which block? Static initializer block. So ignore. Ignore means let compiler crib. I'm defining the other constant, which is max speed. And the best way to initialize your static data members, you know that already, is static initializer block. So I'm just trying to revisit the static things. And here, if you want, you can have the SOP and all that in static so that you can trace the flow. And here, now I will assign the values, min speed equal to something 30, 40, whatever you want, you can decide. And max speed is going to be, let's say, 80. And now you'll see your compiler stops cribbing, giving errors. So here, because now it sees that in the static initializer block, which gets called exactly once during the class loading of this validation rules, you have initialized. 100% of you are clear? All of you are clear so far? I've not yet written the method. We will write together. So now add a static method. I'm writing a lot of comments. I hope enough comments I've written. Add a static method for speed validation or checking the speed or whatever. So public, static. Public because I'm going to access it outside the package. Static because my tester should not call, instantiation all. And because we are using throw and all that, JVM is anyway going to modify the flow. So it can be as simple as void. Need not return anything. Do not return booleans when you are using exception handling. That shows that you have not understood the exception handling. Okay, don't have to say valid, is valid, not valid at all. Nothing required. So here, I'll just simply call it as validate speed, or you can say validate speed of the vehicle. You can decide in double. I'm not dictating that. Currently, I'm saying this. Now let's do the check. So here, if speed is less than the minimum speed, don't say here or. Because why I'm not saying you say or? Because I'm going to generate different messages. You're driving too slow, you're driving too fast and all of that. So I'm not combining. Tell the next line. This is where a programmer, you are checking the condition and you are creating the instance and throwing it to the code. So here you have throw. What is the syntax? Throw new speed out of range. I just said the control space out of range. And what is the error message this time? Here you are going too slow. So here you say, you are driving too slow, causing the jam, traffic jam, congestion, whatever. Getting this? But the moment you say, I'm so sorry. The moment you write this, you have a compiler error. I said all these things few minutes ago. I just want your understanding. Why there is a compiler error? The famous statement, standard statement. Why there is a compiler error? Compiler forces the handling of which exceptions? Checked exceptions or unchecked exceptions? Checked exceptions. So watch the magic. Watch the understanding. Check the understanding. So see, there is a compiler error everyone can see. Is there any way to convert it from checked to unchecked exception? Answer is yes. So don't just say yes. Tell me how. How do you do that? No, not throws. Where are you? Off track totally. Instead of extending from exception, which is the superclass for all unchecked exceptions, guys? What is the name of the superclass? Runtime exception. So now watch the magic. I just extended instead of exception from runtime exception, and tell me, is there a compiler error or is the compiler error gone? Gone. Why? Because compiler does not force you the handling of, tell me, which exceptions? Unchecked exceptions. So are we finally clear about checked versus unchecked? See, this is how you should be doing it. So when I mention just checked versus unchecked in the morning, maybe partly you are clear or totally lost, but by now I expect some clarity. So anyway, that was just to explain. I don't want to make it as a, checked I don't want it as an unchecked. In core Java, typically we deal with checked exceptions. So now tell me, there are two options to satisfy the compiler. One is throws and one is try catch. So how do you decide which one? Because both are legal, both are correct. So you have to ask yourself, I'm saying an important statement. If you want to handle the exceptions right inside the method level handling it is called, what should I use? If I want to do the method level handling, the handling right in the method, then you supply try catch. But if you say no, I want to do the centralized exception handling, means what? There can be tons of such validation methods. I don't want to write 20 different try catch blocks. I just want to write a single try catch block. So then how do you delegate the exception handling? Throws keyword. So see, this is a good example where I'm using throw for raising the custom exception and to tell the compiler, I'm not handling, but my caller will handle, which is the keyword to use, throws. So you can either say throws exception. That will also satisfy the compiler. Why it will satisfy the compiler? Because speed out of range exception is an exception. So perfectly fine. But guys, is this recommended or not recommended? Answer is not recommended. Why? Because the one who is calling the method will not even know which specific exception is being thrown. So what is recommended is, even though throws exception works, give the actual name. So which is the actual name? Speed out of range. As usual, I keep making a lot of statements. So definitely, whenever you say you are revising, going through this, you have to what you say, go through this again. That why she said throw speed out of range exception and why not exception. Programming norm, standard design patterns. So now one is like one it is done, then the second one is so easy. So I'll just make the changes. So if the control comes to line number 19, what does it mean? Speed is definitely not less than 30. So here, which is the condition we have to check? If the speed is greater than max speed. Everyone with me? And which is the error message you have to give is you are driving too fast. And that can be fatal. You can cause accidents and all. Slow down immediately. Kinds. Everyone understood that? All the whatever statements I have written, these 2-3 statements, are we clear? Is the flow of the execution clear or not clear? Okay. And if the control comes here, is it less than max speed or is it greater than max speed or none of above? Answer is within the range. So here you can give a SOP just to check the continuation and all that. So here you can give a SOP such as speed within range. You got me? So this is what was the second class. So here we have completed the custom exception class, the speed utils class, which is the remaining one, guys. I don't have any main. So unless until I write main, the application will not start. So the last one is the tester. People call it as a client, driver, application, whatever. So here is your tester. So this is where we are going to write a test speed, or I call it typically as test custom exception, because that is the concept here. Of course, you will be adding a main here. You got me? Next one. Now, here we will use import static and all, so I won't write this. So here, of course, you will be having a scanner, because otherwise, how will you get the speed? So tell me, you want to close scanner.close explicitly, or do you want to use auto closable? Of course, auto closable. In short, we'll be creating the scanner instance from which block? Try block or try with resources block? Answer is try with resources. Everyone can visualize? So you don't have to really, what you don't have to do is, you don't have to explicitly close the scanner. It will get automatically closed. Then here, You visualize prompt for speed, sc dot, whatever. You ask, enter the speed, and then who has to call? Where is the speed validation? Are you going to write any logic here for speed validation, or are you going to simply call the method? Tell me. We have already slogged, we have written the method. So here, simply call the method. So this is what we are doing. And what are the two possible outcomes of this method? It may throw the exception or it may not throw the exception. So we'll check all of that with actual code. I don't want to give you too many inputs because I want to ask you questions. What will happen types? So just let me do this much. I'm keeping some space because I might write something more. So anyway, so which two classes out of 3 are done? So let me go to the tester again. And here, let us create a test custom exception with a main. You got this? Tell me, are you going to need any import statics here? Answer is yes. So which one? Who has to call whose method? Tester has to call validation rules ka method. So here, and I'm too lazy to call validation rules dot validate speed. So dictate. First word is import static. What should come after that? After import static, what should come? Fully qualified class name whose methods have to be called. So which is the package name? Utils dot. I already got a prompt. Validation utils, validation rules. And you can say start. If I say start, I'll be able to access all these members directly. Currently, I don't need that. All I need to call is validate speed. Tell me guys, are you clear with import static syntax? Get used to it because later you will see the unit testing frameworks such as JUnit and all, Mockito, JUnit, use it a lot. Give me the answer, clear or not clear? Everyone is clear? So this is done. Now, let us open your scanner with try with resources. You just have to get used to the syntax and the concept. And tomorrow, tomorrow means day after, don't worry. So when you look at this code after 2 days, you find it so easy. That is how is the learning. So here I'm saying scanner, new scanner, and system.in. Okay. So I want to check whatever I have been saying whole day. Is it clear or not? So let me see. So I am not adding. You can see that I can only keep this try with resources. There is no, it is what? Equivalent to try plus finally. So first, let me not add any catch-all block. So here, let me prompt for speed, enter speed. And then I just have to call, I as a tester has to call the method. So do I have to say validation rules dot validate speed, or can I directly call validate speed? Answer is of course directly. That is why we wrote this. So here you can simply say validate speed. See, it will give you the prompt automatically. And what is the speed? SC dot, I've kept it as integer. So SC dot next end. But guys, the moment you write this, you get a compiler error. Anyone wants to tell me why? The moment I wrote this, I got this error. Better answer than this. No, I'm not asking you the solution. Solution is again 2 solutions, but see the fun. See this. You are trying to call, tester is going to call validate speed. And in this validate speed method, what is it you have promised the compiler? You have promised the compiler, I am not handling this exception here, but who will handle this exception? The caller. And who is the caller of that method? Main method. So in simple word, guys, you are not keeping your promise. So this is what I meant by delegating the exception handling. So we are delegating the exception handling from this method to your main method. So again, now there are 2 choices. What are the two choices for satisfying the compiler? Which are the two choices you always have for satisfying? Either throws or try and catch. So let me show you via throws first, because otherwise you don't even know what is the difference and when should you use which one. So can anyone tell me in which line throws should appear? Give me the line number. That this is where I have to write the throws. Let me see. Line number 9 is a very right answer. So throws is the keyword which appears in the method declaration, and this is your method declaration. So please observe and conclude. So I say throws. You can of course say throws exception, or you can say throws whichever specific one. So I'm using that specific approach. So tell me, is the compiler error gone? Has the compiler error gone? You can see that it has gone. Okay. So I will just, everyone can see this. So I'm adding the SOPs again to check whether you are there or you are already gone. Gone as in lost. And end of try. And here I'll say end of main. So here is the question for you. So hear the question properly and tell me, because that will tell me how much you have received. So if I suppose give the speed as 90. Okay, let's start with the simple one. Forget that. Scratch that. Suppose I'm a good driver. I'm driving at 60. Okay, fuel efficient and all that. So now trace the flow. So here we entered. Asked enter. Here I entered it as 60. Go to this method. I just said control click. Got me here. So tell me, will this be executed if condition? Quickly, no. Next if condition, no. Will you see this message, speed within the range? Of course, yes. 60 is within 30 and whatever, 80. And now tell me, will you see this end of try? Yes. And will you see this end of main? Yes. Easiest one to digest. So we start easy. So I say suppose 60, any number within. And can you see that? See, I forgot to mention something. After you call the static method, then the class has to be loaded. And what is triggered during class loading? Static initializer block. Exactly once. This is telling you speed is within the range, end of try and end of main. Are we 100% clear with the flow? Okay. Now I'm asking you, I'm not asking you to memorize. It is not about remembering. It is all about understanding. Suppose I now give the speed as 20. Suppose I enter the speed as 20. Please tell me, will you see end of try? It's a Boolean question, yes or no? People are saying no. Will you see end of main? I'm looking at your answers. Give me more. Not just 2, 3. Majority is saying yes. Wrong answer. So understand and then confirm. So I gave here 20. Okay. Control click. So here, which will be the code? Which line will be executed? Is speed less than 30? Yes. So here you are not JVM. You are throwing an exception. So tell me guys. So here the exception is raised. Will it execute the remaining method? No. So method is aborted. Method returns. Control reaches here. So here, when the control reaches here, is the exception raised or is the exception, is the exception serviced or not serviced? Of course not serviced. So the try block will get aborted. But at this point, will the scanner be closed? 100% yes. So scanner is closed. But now tell me, will it execute this line or not? Exception is not handled. Guys, throws does not handle the exception. It is just telling the compiler that further you are delegating the exception saying main method is also not handling it. So main method caller is main thread is equal to JVM. So again we are delegating the entire exception handling to the JVM. JVM will supply the default handler and abort the code. So the answer is, you will see neither end of try, that everyone told me. But since the exception is not serviced at all, there's no try, there is no catch block, there's no exception handler, code will simply abort. Confirm. So again, I'm making, when I say revise, this is what you should play with the code, put some SOPs and all that. So suppose I'm driving at 24, observe and conclude. So tell me, who is throwing the exception? Programmer or JVM, P or J? Let's see what you're saying. Guys, don't disappoint. Who is throwing the exception? Programmer. You saw me wrote throw new speed out of range. After spending so much time, why you're giving me the answer? Wrong. But who is handling the exception? Programmer or JVM? Answer is JVM's default handler. And the moment you see it in red and all, you know that exception in thread main, and this is your JVM handling it. So is it a good programming practice to abort the code, or should we handle our own errors? Answer is we should handle. Handle means we should supply the catch block. So I hope you understood the difference between throws versus actual handling. So if you say, I don't want to handle the error even in main, use throws here. But ultimately, the standard programming practice is, I'm just commenting it. So here, what is the standard one? You don't have to do it at a method level. So method, let it delegate, but somewhere at least you handle it, and that somewhere is nothing but main. So what should how should I satisfy the compiler? By actual handling or by delegation? A for actual handling, D for delegation. Answer is, of course, actual handling. Simple words, simple statements, catch all. So I'll be able to catch any exception. And now tell me, if I want to show only the error message to the user means driver, you are driving too fast, you are driving too slow, etc. Which is the method I should use here? Of course, you should use get message. But guys, get message returns you the string. So put it in the SOP. Otherwise, nothing will be printed and you will be wondering what went wrong. Okay. So now the same question. Suppose I'm driving at 25. Okay, let me take the other condition. I'm driving at 85. So here, this method, it will throw which exception? Speed out of range with the higher side limit hit. Will it continue to end of try? No. Will it go and enter the catch-all block? Yes. And which is the reference? Exception. But which is the object which has got created actually? Speed out of range exception. And here we have supplied that message. So in short, simple question, simple answer. What is the error message for 85? You're driving too fast, slow down or whatever. Okay. So this will get executed. And now tell me, is JVM going to call a default handler or our supplied handler? Answer is our supplied handler. So this will get executed. And now will you see end of main or will it get aborted? Of course, you will see end of main. So even if you don't spend too much time on earlier samples and spend something like 15, 20, 30 minutes on this, that is also good. Okay. So here, see, now it is giving me warning I'm not using. So there is a keystroke, Control-Shift-O. It will remove all the unnecessary imports. And check this. So suppose I'm driving at higher speed. You can see the moment I call that static method, static initializer block got called. This is the error message I'm getting. You're driving too fast, which is fatal to yourself as well as others, and end of main. If I run it with a poor speed, something like 28 speed, you know the whole flow. Here, you might, you give a different alert message, you're driving too slow, and end of main. And as before, if you are well within the range, speed is within the range, end of try, end of main. Understood the flow and understood the discussion so far? Are we clear on this? Okay. So, but if you say, see, for example, last part, suppose I say I'm over 80. So here, this is great. This is good for the end user, for the driver. But if you want to debug the code, you don't know whether your code is working or not. So tell me, in that case, should we really use e.getMessage directly before your code is tested and running? Or should you use some other method? Answer is some other method. Which is that method? Print, stack, trace. So here, don't do the mistake of directly writing SOP.getMessage. You won't be able to know at which line your code is failing. So here you simply say e.print stack trace. And so of course I'm giving here, and you can see in static initializer block, this is telling you IDE uses its colors. So don't ask me why blue, why red. In case of errors, it changes the colors. So which is the fully qualified name of the class? Custom exceptions dot speed out of range. So it is printing the name of the class. It is giving you the complete error message, and it is giving you the full stack trace. So guys, observe. First, it is hitting you in this method. So you know that this is the root cause. This is where it has hit. And then we have delegated the exception to the main. So here is the next line where it is actually detected. And before stopping for today, you will see, if you're observant, you will see that in between that end of main is coming and in between that stack trace. So as a beginner, you do get confused. So this is because of IDE. IDE mixes up standard output and standard error. So if you don't want to get confused, you simply have to run it on the command prompt. And you will see all straightened output. So that is what I'm going to show you, and stop immediately. So here, see this. How I hope everyone remembers how to run Java code from command prompt. I've given you 2-3 days time for that. So here, see what I'm doing. I'm showing you in a very easy manner. You have to know where is this code. So I'm right clicking on D8.2 and clicking on properties. So I know this is my workspace. This is my workspace location. I'm too much for the short forms and shortcuts. We have got all Java to learn. So why waste time in such things? So here I just pasted it. So I go to my workspace, ISCSD PG whatever, D8.2. Tell me, where are the compiled classes? Under SRC or under bin? Under bin. So go to this, and here open the command prompt. And observe guys, please. Which is the code you want to run? Tell me. Do you want to run speed out of range, validation rules, or test custom exception? The one which is having the main method. So now you have to supply fully qualified name. It is within a package. So how do you do this? Java. What is the name of the package? Tester. Don't waste your precious time in spelling mistakes and all. So just copy this name. I told you, I don't want ever for you to waste time. I just said right click and it got copied pasted. And now please observe. Suppose I say I'm driving at 20. Tell me, is it a straightened output now? So this is your static initializer block. This is where our exception handler, our own catch is executed. And after that, you are seeing end of main. Are we completely clear? So if you are going to feel lost or confused, that is because of that IDE. There is nothing wrong with our code. So you can just test it in a minute, or you can ignore that mismatch and you can understand that, okay, things are working fine. Only thing is it has got a little bit of distorted. So your choice. So I wanted to start with string handling. Of course, I can't start it solid. So we are stopping here. Usual instructions are join your lab session. First, try to complete that equals based assignment, because the same thing I'm going to extend along with exception handling, and then do the revision. And whenever I join in, we can, whatever code, I'll not, like yesterday, I'll not eat up your lab session. It wastes too much of your time. So you can tell me that this is the code sample I have not understood and I'll revise it fully. What say? Are you agreeable? Are you okay to this suggestion? Okay. So you can think of multiple suggestions when we meet in the lab session. And whatever questions I could not understand, I could not see, I could not answer. I hope you have noted your queries. First is try it out yourself. Now you have a code, you have everything. But after that also, if you have a confusion, so many lab faculties, excellent lab faculties, and myself also will be there to help you. That will be all. See you after lunch break.